All right, I think we should be live now. Yes. This is March 5, 2026. We are on another live stream. Hello, welcome. Okay. Let's keep this chart over here and start checking the micro chart on daily. We have been talking about this one a lot lately, but I still want to mention this since this is the beginning of the live session. We clearly see a ranging price action on daily time frames, and we clearly see that price tends to bounce from highs and lows. When it drops lower and takes out some lows, it bounces higher, and then it comes back to sweep some lows and bounces higher again. So we are going back and forth between the highs and lows, and I am going to mark some daily levels on my chart, such as this previous day high over here and previous day low. I will lock this so I don't accidentally change the place of them. And we always mention that but I still want to mention once again, these purple boxes are weekend gaps, the gaps that form during the difference between Friday closing price and Sunday opening price. So I will drop down into 4-hour chart and observe what was going on with the price. As we can see on 4-hour chart, price is range bound as well. So price is bouncing after sweeping the lows, and price has got tendency to go lower after sweeping the highs. As you can see here, price comes back higher, sweeps these highs, creates a divergence with ES over here and comes back lower, takes out this low, a little consolidation, go back higher, take out this high and go back lower, take out this low, go back higher, and so forth. So as we can see here, price has got a tendency to go back and forth between highs and lows, and now we can see that price took out this high over here. If we look at the range extremes, this is the most extreme area of the current range we are in. This is one of the range. Also inside of this leg, this is pretty much the same range. We are inside of a range and we got these two most extreme highs and lows, and inside of those I see this highs and this low over here. If I zoom in a little more and go into hourly time frame, I see that there is a consolidation area over here, and this consolidation area has got a real gap inside of it, a liquidity void or a vacuum gap. The names doesn't really matter. This is the Wednesday, February 25 closing price, this exact level over here, and this is the opening price after the after this 1 hour waiting period of Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Let me zoom into that area so I can clearly show you guys the real gap, right? This is the closing price, this is the opening price, and when we zoom out, we can see that this particular level was never tested. Price didn't print anything on this level. So this area might work as a magnet, but also we can see a sweeping of this high. So currently I am suspicious of this drop over here. I mean, price might be dropping a little before coming back to these levels, but I kind of feel like I believe that these levels might work as magnet and then resistance levels. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that today or maybe next week. Price came real close to this weekend gap over here, couldn't tap it. I think ES is already inside of this gap. And this is 1 hour chart. It kind of seems like it might turn into a bullish engulfing candle, but the candle is not closed yet, so we do not bet on that. I'm now looking at 5-minute chart. Price swept this low over here, turn back higher, and currently it seems bullish, but I would like to wait a little, get more confirmation, maybe see some further expansion or maybe consolidation around here. I mean, price already took the previous day high and reversed back lower, but maybe price might want to come visit this previous day high once again during the AM session, when the volume and volatility is higher and when the institutional players or big players are in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this being swept right now. I mean, overall my bias is bearish because we are close to highs of the range, but just because my higher time frame bias is bearish doesn't mean it has to occur just immediately right now. This is overnight session high. I mean, price might want to keep going lower immediately. Price could have kept this little bearish trend over here. As you can see, price leaves a tap over here, sweeps this liquidity, comes back lower. Price could have continued this overnight trend. Also, price might easily come and sweep the previous day high once again, also sweep the overnight session, which occurred during the Asia session. After that sweep, we can see reversal. Even we can see that reversal tomorrow or maybe next week, because price might wanna stay on these levels and consolidate a little on Friday, maybe. I don't know. I can't see the future, right? But I can create my analysis and take position, wait in the sidelines to get the nice trade, right? I mean, if I see price visiting these real gaps over here, these vacuums, liquidity voids, whatever you want to call it, price might visit this level, and if I see a tap into this level and strong displacement lower, then I will entering the continuation short setups, and I believe that short setups is going to be easier. And if price starts to rip back lower after touching these levels, I might be targeting this low over here, this low, and every day I would position myself based on the price behavior, right? So these are the things I wanted to mention before I start taking any trades. Right now I wouldn't want to be participating any kind of setups. I wouldn't want to take short setups because price is above this one and this one turned bullish. If you look at this with this perspective, right? This cross did not happen yet, but if price keeps consolidating around here or keeps going higher, this cross will happen in some minutes, right? And the cross doesn't really matter. What matters is this arrow and this arrow. Let me zoom in a little. As you can see, this arrow, which is from 200 simple moving average, was pointing below, and it is right now it is turning flat, and now 20 simple moving average is pointing upwards and price is above it. And as you can see, price seems like consolidating above both these moving averages, and this is a sign of strength and sign of possible bullish reversal. So I am cautiously waiting right now, because there is this bullish sign for bullishness doesn't mean that price will guarantee that bullishness. Price might lose these levels back and turn back lower without creating this cross. It is a possibility. These two may tap each other and then price might fall back, or even price might create a fake cross and another cross. I am talking about the moving average crossovers. So I want to stay patient over here. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, guys. Welcome. It's nice to see you here. Let us check the economic calendar, right? What do we have here? No news. Great. Now we can get back to our chart. No news Thursday. It is nice. It is okay. It came real close to this weekend gap over here. So, sir, do you thinking too much? Yes, I am thinking too much, and most of this thinking are automated. And yes, I have 1,000 opinions in my mind most of the time. And how do I manage? Well, I manage to decide by being patient, by waiting, because I have this opinion about possible tap and going back lower, right? If I patiently wait, let's say I waited and price created this crossover here, then price is going to erase one of or invalidate one of those opinions. And the more I wait, the more opinions are invalidated. By opinions, I am talking about probabilities. I mean, right now, what I say there is a probability to shift lower and also come back higher to sweep this previous day high, right? If price stays strong around these levels and maybe create the moving average crossover I was talking about and keep expanding higher, breaking above this high, closing above, and maybe consolidating above this high, right? If I see things like that, I can say, well, probability of going lower and probability of these two tapping each other and coming back lower decreased significantly. Now it is more likely for price to take out the previous day high. And let's say price came back higher, consolidated around here, and then price gave me a nice SBA setup over here. Then I would take this SBA setup and target the previous day high. This is how I manage the chaos inside of my head. It's just patient and observing price action step by step And right now, um, another thing I want to mention. Right now, I have 1,000 opinions in my mind, right? That means I am thinking about too many different probabilities, too many different options. So this is actually a great sign for me to wait on sidelines. If right now, when I look at the chart, I see many different possibilities and probabilities. That means I should take a step back, wait on sidelines, watch the price, understand what is going on, right? Or see more information, see what price is really willing to do, and then participate. It's that simple, actually. So thank you for asking that question. I mean, you helped me realize something that I didn't realize before. If I have too many options or too many opinions, if I see too many different and chaotic probabilities when I look at the chart, it is a great reason for me to be patient, not take anything. And it doesn't have to be something objective. I mean, price might objectively be very clean and showing something very clean, but if I perceive it chaotic, it is still a good reason for me to stay on sidelines. It doesn't really matter what price does objectively. What matters is what I perceive, right? If I perceive that price is choppy, or if I perceive that I have no idea what's going on, or if I see too many different possibilities, then it is a great reason for me to stay on the sidelines. For example, right now I see different options or different probabilities, and I wait on sidelines. Maybe your perspective is much different than mine. Maybe your experience is different. Maybe the model you are trading, maybe, I don't know, your system might be entirely different than mine, and this might be a much clear visual for your eyes. Then you can take that entry, because there are many possibilities and probabilities in the market. There are many trading styles, right? If your trading style is profitable in the long term, if you have positive expectancy, then what I think about price doesn't really matter, right? Because everyone is getting some kind of expertise in some particular area or some particular domain. If you are a trader that only trade London session, you have got expertise towards this kind of price, right? Because this is London session price action. Maybe this is your expertise. If this is your expertise, you might get some kind of difficulty on this kind of price action. So it's really quite subjective. Right now, I want to see price. If this is price going to go this level, I want to see price closing above this level and consolidating a little. I'm not going to jump into long setups just because price left some bullish candles and swept it this high, because we know the nature of Nasdaq, and Nasdaq tends to create some mean reversions or some manipulations around these hours of the day. So in my opinion, these times are kind of many things can happen times, right? There is high volatility, there is institutional volume, right? Most of the time there is news around this level, there is heavy market participation. So around these levels, if I don't see something very clean, I'd rather stay patient. This level is one of the weekend gaps from prior weeks. Let me show it. Show the dates. This is from 22 February. And if we look back, we can see that this gap is coming from this level. And we can see that price respected this level several times. For example, in this day's live stream, 23 February live stream, we saw that this gap formed and we saw that price tapped this and came back lower, and we took a short position from here and from here and a paper short from here. If you watch this live stream, you might probably remember this one. And as you can see, price takes a rest right at this gap after it goes above it. On Thursday, we targeted this gap and opened short positions. You might remember that too. And price targeted it once again. So these levels are nice levels for price, and I believe price really respects these kind of gaps, right? So I always put them on my chart. I always observe how price behaves around them. As you can see, it has got a tendency towards bouncing off from these levels, midpoint, high and low. In here, it bounced from the low and high. There was times I was trading these gaps without any context or without any idea model, without anything. Now I see the closure and I see this moving average crossover I was talking about, and I see this black candle over here. Now I wanna observe how price behaves around this one. Is it going to take out this low and turn back higher, or is it going to leave this step, make a higher high, and then come back to take out the low? I don't know yet, and I will watch. After this forms, I will decide if there is a good long setup over here or not. It seems like price might turn this other gap, another prior weak gap. I will draw it. Okay. I'll try to see if price closes above this and turns this level and also current daily opening gap a support level. I want to draw this gap too, because I want to close the indicator. Okay, this was the current weekly gap. Alright, close the indicator. These are the gaps we mentioned. And I also want to draw the previous day close, which is this level, and today's, this is the previous day closing level, and this is the current day's opening level, today's open. I will draw a box on here too, and I will make it green, or I will just mark the levels. I don't want to make it too ugly. This is previous day close. This is previous day close. And I believe that level is enough for now. Let me lock this one too. And let's leave this like this. to exit. Took Zenith. No, Took Zenith says his model is on the game, so he is going for a while to trade his model, I guess. And he says good luck. Good luck to you, brother. Thank you for your kind wishes. Now price is printing the thing I was talking about. Break, tap, higher high, tap. Price seems a little slow. That's not something I like to see, but I will be prepared for that. If price takes out this low, I think I probably wouldn't be rushing for taking a setup. I might wait for a double bottom with sweep like that, or maybe even triple bottom, because it looks really slow right now. Not many imbalances. Overall structure is bullish, yes, but I'm just going to observe it for a little while. Tap, higher high. Tap, now price is making another higher high. Okay. I would ideally want to see a longing opportunity before price takes out this previous day high and overnight session high. After these are taken, the longs might be a little more tricky, dangerous, or lower probability. Price started with a gap lower and grinded up, closed above the gap. Alright. I believe we might get a scalp opportunity before price reaches these levels. But if not, we will keep waiting. Sometimes price creates this pattern, our most traded pattern, SBS, swing breakout sequence, like this one. But sometimes price just uses the old highs and old lows as a support area and goes like this. Both might happen. I rely on that. I want to see a manipulation, a low sweep, a swing low sweep before I enter. So I didn't take any trade, even though my bias for here was bullish after this candlestick close. I wanted to see that price sweeping this low. If price swept this low, I would definitely, I'm not going to say definitely because I don't know what would I do. That doesn't happen, but I would likely take a long setup from here. But since that didn't happen, it doesn't really matter. Now, if I see the same exact pattern over here, tap, higher high, sweep the tap, turn back higher, then I will take a long. If not, it's okay. We might eventually find something. No significant news. This is good. Price is close to London high. I would like to see a retracement after price taking out the London high. It would be lovely. It would be really nice to see if price sweeps this, comes back to give us a trade opportunity and then go back higher. Normally, I would perceive these multiple imbalances as a sign of high momentum, sign of strength, but price started slow and then started leaving imbalances all of the sudden. Price didn't tap this 930 imbalance, but price fulfilled rest of them. I mean, this imbalance was filled fully and this one almost filled fully. I mean, price has got a tendency to coming back to imbalances, so I believe before price coming to these levels, price may test these levels. And seeing that price swept the London high and making the retracement gives me confidence to be even more patient. I am patient because I trust that today, trust this past lower volume or that there wasn't a huge expansion over here, right? It was just price was just going higher. If there was a huge momentum, we wouldn't hesitate about the current direction of price when price was around here. This wasn't too fast. It started accelerating after the fact. It started going, it showed its hand around this level. So this acceleration may cause FOMO for people who have been waiting like me, but I'm not going to give into that FOMO. I will wait. I believe this might make a pullback. And I would really like to see price sweeping this high once again and then turning back lower to take out this low. Right now I am patiently waiting for the pullback or small retracement I was talking about. It's just time to wait. And meanwhile, I wanna check the ES chart, the S&P 500, and it couldn't take the London highs, I guess. It is really further away than Nasdaq. It is messing around these weekly gap levels, this old weekly gap or weekend gap, and this high of this current weekend gap, which is previous week close level. Yeah, today seems like a calm and slow, but structure wise it looks like a nice day, a good day. We might get a nice trade over here. Since price, it is always good to look at a little higher time frames. Since price looks like this on 15-minute chart, I kind of feel like this sweep and going back lower might be just a retracement, a pullback. So it seems like also price is really consolidating and these candlesticks are really strong. So I believe instead of turning back lower immediately, this 15-minute chart might close this 15-minute candle, for example, maybe as a doji or something like that, and on the next 15-minute candle, price might to go a little further or might sweep this. I mean, we might see a double top on 15-minute candle and then maybe reversal or maybe just keep going higher. If this is going to go lower, I believe this price might leave a double top before doing that. Homaluno says, hi from France. Hello from Turkey. It's nice to see you here. Welcome. A pullback to previous day close should be a nice entry. I mean, yes, if it is your model, if it is something that you have been backtesting, you have been trading, yes, I believe that is a nice level to open a long setup. But yeah, if it seems a nice long, but I think I might wait for a little bit of consolidation around here and then close above the consolidation. I might want to take something like that. I'm just gonna watch a little. But your idea seems solid, I guess. I mean, this seems really nice. Price swept the London high, receiving some kind of reaction, but it is not a huge reaction. And I have experienced the times in which price left the Asia. I mean, price sweeps London. For example, let's say price sweeps the London high, but it doesn't take the Asia high. And then it leaves these highs, gets really close to it, but it doesn't take it. It just reverses from this high. If price does that, most of the time price does it with some conviction, with some strength, right? I mean, I don't think when I look at this, when I look at the slow momentum of these bearish candlesticks, I don't feel like this would keep expanding lower too much before taking out these highs. That's just my opinion, I get. Now I want to see price bouncing from these levels, maybe consolidating around here. If I see some strength, if I see some sign of reversal higher back again. I mean, I want to see this pullback being ended. I want to see the end of this pullback. And right now I cannot sure if this is ended, right? Okay, this came back to a nice level, a good key level. But where am I going to put my stop loss? To this low? What if price decides to keep retracing a little bit further and sweep my stop loss and then turn back higher? I'm just going to watch price, right? So, and there's also, even though it's a smaller probability from my perspective, there's still a probability for my idea being invalidated and price starting going lower. It is a possibility, right? It's not impossible. So when there is a possibility for price reversing back lower, I don't want to rush for a long setup, right? I mean, why should I rush anything? I want price to show me, I want to see that retracement is over, that buyers are getting aggressive again and controlling the price once again. I want to see price is going back to these levels. If I see that, then nice, I can take a good setup. Now I want to see that, for example, price idling around a little and invalidating this imbalance maybe. Price did not tap this area yet. So if price tapped this and then started bouncing, maybe I might consider taking a long from these areas and placing a stop loss below here. But I think I wanna wait and see what is going on a little bit more, because this 5-minute candle just opened 30 seconds ago and it is testing this level. Do you see that? The open of previous 5-minute candle. There's a probability, there's a possibility to see price tapping this and turning into wick, and next 5-minute candle sweeping this, creating a double bottom and then turning back higher, or maybe price making a deeper pullback towards this moving average over here, 200 moving average. I don't know. I can't see the future, and I don't try to foresee or predict anything. I just do my analysis, follow the price, see what is going on. This is 30-second chart. This was a tap low. Price swept it, acted like it was going higher around here, came back lower, and acted like giving another entry, came back lower. I mean, if I tried to trade my own entry pattern blindly, I was going to get one stop here, another here, two stop losses, and maybe even another one in here. So I want to see a consolidation, since this looks like a complex retracement or deeper retracement, because price left several lows and making new lows. I want to see some consolidation. After the consolidation, I want to see price closing above the consolidation high and then giving a entry with fractal liquidity sweep. This is a nice consolidation area. Price went higher. So breakout of the consolidation area with these imbalances, which means an expansion higher, right? This is the expansion. This is the retracement. Now the only thing I need is a confirmation. And that confirmation could be the fractal liquidity sweep idea, or as Stoic Trader calls it, the SBS combo. As you can see, this is a tap low of a bullish SBS idea, right? Break, tap, higher high, sweeping a tap. And if you look at this internal structure, price left a failed swing and also a consolidation area. If price closes above and gives a combo setup, combo SBS setup, then I would take that. That would be a nice setup, because this is the expansion, this is the retracement, and that last SBS setup would be my confirmation. So instead of focusing what I do, I encourage you to focus the underlying idea around here, because you don't have to trade exactly like me, right? All you need to see is an area, breakout of the area. If the area is broken out, that means that might be a market structure break in your direction, right? So after that breakout, if you see an expansion, that means you can be prepared for your possible setup, right? What you are going to do after the expansion, simply wait for the retracement. If there is no huge expansion, there is no really strong momentum, I mean things like that, multiple imbalances, tap into imbalance and multiple imbalances, right there, like that. If you don't see something like that, if you see that price just a little slow and coming back lower after taking out the highs, etc., then that is a really good sign to wait for this retracement. And most of the days we are not going to see that huge expansions, right? Most of the days are like this one. And if you look at the ICT content, he teaches those huge expansions, and he calls this kind of price action a bad price action. And I disagree with that idea. I believe this is not a bad price action. I believe this is a price action with lower volatility and lower volume, and lower conviction on one-sidedness, lower conviction on, I don't know, the volatility, the expansion, whatever you want to call it, right? So this doesn't look very clean right now, and I really feel, I'm really glad I waited for that confirmation. I wouldn't want to be long around these levels, even though this turns back higher and takes out the profits. I still wouldn't want to be in this kind of long setup. Okay, I was talking about the momentum, and as we can see, there is no huge momentum over here. And if there is no huge momentum, then that means price is going to retrace. After the retrace, what is going to happen? Well, there are different probabilities, there are different possibilities. After a retracement, price end up keep going lower, and that retracement actually turns out to be a reversal. Nobody can know it after the fact. It has happened, right? And that could, I don't know, guys. Price is printing the pattern over here, but I'm not really sure. Normally I would, alright, another week, right at this low. You see my idea, right? You see why I didn't put a limit order and stop here. If I did put a limit order on here and put the stop loss over here, I would see some profits. I would get excited, but then I would swept out. So this is starting to look nicer because the retracement looks even more complex, and price looks low, and it feels like price is not going to reverse back higher immediately. It feels like price might eventually create my confirmation pattern, which is this pattern over here. Let me show it to you real quick. Just give me a second. Yeah, this idea. Breakout and expansion, retracement, price taking out multiple lows, sweeping some of them, and eventually price creates a little consolidation area on the fractal, breaks out higher, doesn't come back immediately lower after this breakout higher, leaves a tap, higher high. After that, I wait for this sweep and take my setup. If you didn't watch this video yet, I encourage you to watch it. I will leave the link here. So right now I'm waiting for this same exact idea over here, because I am going to remove everything. So our chart would be, or instead I will open another chart. Yeah, I don't have to remove. Give me a second. Not this one, this is the same. Yeah, this one will do. Not this one either. Excuse me for a second. Alright, open this one. Open micro Nasdaq. Let's zoom into 1 minute chart and close all the indicator, these old ones. We don't need this anymore. Close this one too. This is an old indicator. Now let me check this one like this. Look at here. Which one is the cleanest consolidation area? There was a little area over here but price swept it, so I leave it away. Another area, just a one candlestick, and eventually this biggest area over here. I believe this consolidation area looks the most solid one, and if we look at this like that, this is not a strong breakout, but this is the first time price breached this range. And if you look at the really lower time frames, this is the first time price break out and then come back lower. So let me go back to 1 minute chart. As we can see, there are multiple tap lows on 30-second chart, for example. One is here. I will mark them like this brown color. Another here. Why? Because this high made by this tap low, and this bigger high, bigger swing made by this low, and so forth. We are marking our areas on 30-second chart, and price is finally taking another one. Now we are on the 1 minute chart, and let's see what happens from here. Let's see if price consolidates, breaks higher, and creates our entry pattern. If it does that, that would be a nice long setup. If price doesn't do that, by waiting this particular pattern, I would be protected myself from getting chopped out around these levels. I mean, this is not that complex, not too complex, but it requires some kind of confirmations, right? You don't just enter after price starts turning back higher. You wait for a particular fractal behavior. You see a nice behavior on 1 minute chart and you want to take the long from it, but I want a little bit more confirmation, which is that fractal confirmation. I got something on the chat. Morning, Jihan. Do you monitor candle size? I have been having challenges lately since some days on the 1 minute chart. A single 1 minute candle can be as large as 100 points. Yes, I definitely do that. I monitor the candle size for my, obviously, position size, right? I mean, I would never open, I trade micros, right? This is just a simulation account, nothing important, nothing huge, and it has got really small drawdown, right? $3,600 drawdown. So I have to trade micros with it. And let's say I'm going to leave a 100-point stop loss. And by the way, my maximum daily loss is $800, 800 bucks. So let's say I will take a long position with 100-point stop loss. I could only open 1 or 2 micros, right? So I have to measure it to see how much stop loss should I use with that. All right, price swept yet another low, and now price, this consolidation area is not something that I am bothering myself with. Now I am focused on this consolidation area, right? I am trying to see if price wants to consolidate here and then turn back higher. This seems like a nice expansion. Maybe price might want to, just give me a second. Price might want to tap this weekend gap, this gap over here, or maybe price might want to go even deeper. But I didn't want to enter this short idea because of the reasons I explained. I wanted to see price taking out the Asia high and also previous day high once again. Price swept the Asia previous day high only in Asia, came real close to it during London, and now swept the London high, and price was pretty slow over here. so I didn't want to bet on this reversal. I mean, I protected myself from this drop by being patient. I was expecting price to take out the highs. If price took the highs, and by highs I mean these two over here, which is previous day high and overnight session high. If price just swept this and then turn back lower, then I might look for short setups. But price did not do that, so I'm going to be more cautious. I had to be more cautious about this short ideas, and I didn't take the short. In fact, if you look at here, it's really easy to see it on hindsight, but I couldn't trust this one. This is a really small consolidation area. Tap, lower low, price swept the tap and immediately started expanding lower. I couldn't trust this one because why? Price was really close to this too. Price could easily turn back higher, swept this. I mean, this could be a really simple and easy trade model. Wait for a key level like this, right? Wait for price to take out the level, turn back lower, create a little consolidation area like that, tap the area, make a lower low, sweep the area, keep going lower. This could be a nice short idea when price closes near these lows, right? Closure over here might be a short idea, or after price leaves this imbalance, right? Something like that. But I didn't bet on this one because price didn't take out these highs yet. If price took this, then yeah, this one could be a nice short for me. But I didn't want to enter it. So, as you can see, this retracement idea over here turned out to be a something much bigger, right? If I just betted on setting a limit entry over here, I was going to get clapped out, right? The only way I could take a profit would probably be setting a limit over here, leaving the I don't know, something like that could have been profitable, but I am trying to avoid taking this kind of trades because this is how I used to trade in the past, and it's much more difficult to trade like this. And this has got a little bit lower win rate because just a little wick might shake you out, right? Price took multiple levels and price could easily took out this one too. And when we zoom out here, I want to talk about something I was talking about at the beginning of the session. Do you guys remember that I was mentioning the slowness over here, and after the slowness seeing multiple imbalances? And I told you guys normally I would perceive these multiple imbalances as a sign of strength or sign of momentum, but since price started slow and then left those imbalances, I told you guys I do not trust these imbalances entirely, and I believe they could be fulfilled. And price did even more than fulfilling them, right? After the filling the imbalances, turned back a little higher and then flushed back lower. So I believe this is a really important piece of information. If price started the day like this over here, then this movement could have been more reliable. But if price is really slow grind, choppy, and having trouble to go into some level, and then all of a sudden leaving multiple imbalances, I do not trust these imbalances. I start observing price from the open to try to get an idea what is going on, what is price doing. Let me come back to the chat. I'd like a retest of 930 break level. That would allow for a nice SPS setup. Retest of this area. Well, it is always good to wait for a retest. We waited and we saw that price wasn't actually giving the long setup we wanted. The good thing about being patient is exactly this one. We don't get clapped out, we don't get chopped out by price too much. We get less stop. Our bias can easily end up being wrong, right? Price left these levels. Maybe it is not going to take this today. I don't know. Maybe it might, maybe it might not. It doesn't really matter. And price might want to take out this level in some other day. I mean, our bias could ended up being right, but our timing would be wrong, right? And imagine this, right? When price was around these levels, imagine some big whale, some big guy, some institution clicks market buy too much, a little too much around here. As inside of low volume price like that, it actually wouldn't be so difficult for price to just sweep these highs, right? But sometimes Nasdaq does this kind of stuff. It doesn't always have to do a particular thing over and over again. So when I zoom out, this is actually a nice lesson for me because let's get back to the first idea we had, right? This is something like that. Let's look at the bigger picture SPS. I mean, I think this is a nice study opportunity that I mentioned in my Twitter. This breakout is this first sequence of the SPS. This tap high inducement swing, second sequence of the SPS. Lower low is third sequence. And I just say phase 3 to this one, phase 3. Retracement, lower low is a phase which for me. Price swept the inducement swing. And as you can see, this is the internal. It is more visible on 30-minute chart. Price swept it, turned back lower, came higher really strong, made yet another swept. If you look at the idea from Stoic Trader, that could be a double top and then reverse back lower. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that reversal and turning back lower would be 5, right? We can see that price is actually forming a SPS setup, and we couldn't notice it this time. I mean, it wasn't so easy to notice. It is easy to notice on hindsight, but it was not so easy to notice this one on the live price section. I'm just drawing this for a study purposes, just for study purposes. And from here, I really don't know what is going to happen next. And this is where I really want to be careful and patient. But if price takes out this high, I might look for a long setup once again, mean reversion setup. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, if this bullish, this bearish moment is going to continue, I would rather see price not taking out this high. If this is going to continue going lower, I don't even want to price flipping this imbalance right here. I want to see price go in, making new low, maybe consolidating below this level, and then I might look for a short setup around these levels. But I'm not going to rush for that short setup because why? Price is price stalled right at the range lows, right? As you can see, these let me zoom out to 15-minute chart maybe. You can see this is a consolidation area, a range, right? And price just swept the lows, came back to this consolidation area on 15-minute chart, right? And if you look at lower time frames, we can easily see some kind of old tap low around these levels. Let me check it. Maybe on 5-minute chart. Maybe this is actually a tap low, right? On 3-minute and on 1-minute either. Price just took it. As soon as price took it, price is turning back higher. I don't want to see that if I'm going to open a short position, right? So I don't know if price sweeps this overnight session low, because we were expecting price to take the overnight session high, right? And why shouldn't price just sweep the overnight session low as well before taking out the overnight session high, right? So I'm going to mark this overnight session low either. Make them same. So I'm not rushing for a short setup right now, because price, as soon as price swept this low, price went back to went back inside the range immediately. Oddmark says something. Looks like price is going to fill yesterday's RTH, then reverse. Let us check it real quick. This is the yesterday's RTH gap, a big gap, and then reverse, which was left unfilled. Well, actually that sounds like a nice idea, but price might do that tomorrow as well, or might do that next week too, or price might do that today either. But I am not going to rush for opening a short setup towards this level. If price loses the range low over here, I mean if price loses this level, which seems not very likely right now. I didn't want price taking out this, but still, if price closes above this level and consolidates below it, then this area would be a nice resistance area for me. Then I might consider taking a short setup towards the RTH gap that you mentioned. But right now price kind of looks like here. The range, price sweeps the range low. Price came with multiple black candles on 5-minute chart, right? Overnight session low, price swept it. Then immediately turn back higher, closes inside this imbalance and consolidates a little, then reverse back higher. In fact, today we took a short setup and a long setup, if you remember. That was a nice long setup. We opened a long from here, stop was here, and added another one here. Then price did all of these and then turn back higher. Our stop loss was on this level, and we took about 250 points on this long. And right now price seems like printing this one. In the last session on Tuesday, we took the long from these levels and these levels, and right now we can be even more patient and get a better long than that one if price decides to consolidate around here just like it did before. Maybe it might immediately turn back higher. I don't know. I can't control what price is going to do, and I might miss another nice setup idea, but I'm totally okay with missing it. And when I consider this slow price action and then this drop and immediately reversing back higher, I believe that before price keep expanding higher to take out these levels, price might first react some kind of reaction, receive some kind of reaction from this bearish imbalance over here. If you look at that particular day, I mean, we always want to avoid recency bias. We are not looking at it like that. We are just looking at the underlying idea and just seeing the example over here. We are not just saying just because price did that on Tuesday, price is going to do it all over again. No, this is not how we think. We think that price created some sequences. Price did some particular things in a certain day, and it ended up with something like that. And now I am looking at the logic here and trying to apply the same thing on here and thinking, why shouldn't price do the same stuff? I mean, think about it like that. I opened long positions from these levels and I got stopped out. And then price started going back lower and I joined a short positions around these levels, and that short stopped out either. So I tried a paper short on ES, that short got stopped out either, and if I tried to long here, I could have get clapped more, even more, because I was considering putting my stop loss. I mean, if I took classic SBS setup, that SBS setup could be around these levels and stop loss could be here or here. As you can see, price has been quite manipulative around here. With this movement, with this consolidation over here, price manipulated many longers and many shorters, buyers and sellers, both sides. Price clapped both sides and then eventually went to its direction. Now, price looked kind of bullish, and then price looked kind of bearish, and now price kind of looks like reversing back again. Some people is going to short here, considering this as a breakout and this as a pullback. Some people will be longing it, leave with tight stop losses, considering this as a bullish reversal. I think that might be a bullish reversal, but I'm not rushing it for a long position. Instead, I am looking at the 5 minutes chart and I easily tell myself this thing. I can see that when price leaves multiple 5-minute imbalances like that and sweeps a low and then turns back higher, before price starts its expansion higher, it does a consolidation. It hits the imbalances, it receives some kind of reaction from the imbalance, comes lower, but that reaction cannot keep on pushing price lower and then price turns back higher. I mean, look at this one here. Price dropped with multiple imbalances just to manipulate this low. At that time, we didn't know if price would turn back higher. It kind of looked quite bearish, right? A lot of people probably bearish here, and there was a lot of selling pressure. Let me just copy this indicator. It's a simple indicator. Just this indicator only shows market sell orders. It doesn't show anything around here. It's not a perfect indicator, but it doesn't matter. Forget about it. Just focus on the idea. It looked really bearish and many people sold it around here, and that selling created some kind of pressure, hit the price a little lower, and then eventually with this candlestick, closure of this candlestick, sellers just got absorbed, buyers bought all the sellers here, and then price started leaving imbalances, and then this was probably a short squeeze. All of sellers were turning into buyers, intentionally or unintentionally. If a seller has got a stop loss on this level, and if that seller's stop loss is being taken, that is a buy stop order. So that seller is stopping his position by buying on this level. So all of the sellers are turning into buyers, and aggressive buyers are already buying too, and this pushes price pretty nice. So I am considering that this same exact thing might happen around here. I mean, if I try to trade with 1 minute chart around here, I might get chopped out quite a bit. Price seems like absorbing sell orders right now, right? Price came back higher, received some sell orders, maybe from high frequency trading algorithms, maybe from people, I don't know, and I don't care. What I care about is price is currently range bound, received a nice reaction from the range low, and now receiving a little bit weak reaction from the 5-minute imbalances and this resistance area over here, right? This area is a resistance area, old consolidation area. It was a bullish consolidation area, but price immediately closed below it, so it might be kind of a bearish consolidation area. I know ICT calls this a breaker block, and some people call it something else. It doesn't matter what it is called. It is the same exact logic, right? So the price is receiving selling pressure around here, right? After this selling pressure, I want to see this pressure kind of pushing price a little bit lower, but cannot keep up, and immediately more buyers coming around these levels, maybe around here, maybe here, I don't know. I just want to see a consolidation and then strong 5-minute closure. If I see something like that, I'm going to take a long position targeting this overnight session high. If price goes without taking me, if price just expands higher, then I'm just watching price. Okay, we have got another question. What time frames do you track SBS sequences on to take your setup? My entry time frame are 1 minute chart most of the times. If the momentum is higher, I might zoom into 30-second chart and occasionally 15-second, but I must say I am not really good at 15-second. I mean, my win rate on 15-second is lower. 30-second is kind of okay if price is moving really fast. I wouldn't look at seconds time frames in this kind of price action, and I try to focus more on the structure of price, where price is and what it is doing. I can easily see that price right now, price is right in the middle of a range. This is a range. You can easily see that range, right? You don't need anything special to notice this range. I mean, pick a couple of highs, this one, this one, this one, and maybe this one too, and that would be your range high, right? And pick some lows, maybe these lows, and that would be your range low, and voila, you have got your range. Let me put a box over here, close to midnight, close to, okay, border, and do not extend, please. That is your range. A nice consolidation area inside of this box. And if I want to take a trend continuation setup, I want to see price leaving this range, because if price doesn't leave this range, there is no trend, right? If price is inside of this range, then it is going to be range bound. It is going to be rangy. So if I want to take a mean reversion setup, then I gotta take my setup after price reverses back, right? I mean, this could be a nice buy setup. This closure of this candlestick could be a buy, and stop loss would be here, right? Because why? Range low taken, price closed inside of the range after sweeping the range low, really strong. I mean, this is a strong closure, I believe. And you could be buying from here, leaving the stop loss here. But I didn't want to take this one because why? I didn't want to 100 point. I didn't want 100 point stop loss. And this, even though this movement would be something huge, 200 point is not a something, is not a small movement, but still the risk to reward ratios would be rather small. So instead, I looked at the price action. I checked the conditions, and I told myself, hey, maybe something like that could happen, right? And maybe price might close like this, and maybe I can get a setup on lower levels with tighter stop loss, better risk to reward ratio, or I might participate after a nice breakout. So that's why I'm waiting right now. Also, I am trying to be more cautious with 1 minute SPS setups when price is really slow. I mean, the slower the price, the higher time frame gets better, and the lower time frames gets choppier. For example, if you zoom in on here on 5-second chart, you see a lot of back and forth. You see some of the bearish SPS setups are playing out. There's a little bearish SPS and going lower. After that, price immediately turns back higher. Price invalidates a lot of ideas, or also works a lot of ideas. I don't want to see a lot of invalidations and a lot of clean price movements. I want to see lesser different probabilities. I want to see that, okay, price is definitely going higher from at this point, right? If I see that, I almost definitely would be a correct phrase. I still believe there is a possibility to see some consolidation on 5 minute, maybe price closing like that, and then turning back higher. Because why? Look at the 1 hour chart. Look at, just forget about everything you knew, everything I talk about, just forget about everything. Just look at this for a second, right? For the sake of it. Open the chart, 1 hour chart, and open a chart without any drawing, hide everything, a clean chart, and just zoom in. Just look at how it looks, right? I mean, look at it at 4 hour chart, right? Look at this wicks over here. What does it tell you? And then zoom in. 1 hour, 30 minute, 15 minute. What does it tell you? It tells me consolidation. That's it. Nothing else. And this 1 hour 1 hour candlestick is going to get closed. Have you ever seen a candlestick like this? Let me draw it. Make it black. Give me background. Make it black either. No, not black. Background should be something like that. Have you ever seen a candlestick like this? Open is here, right? Oh, all right. Give me a couple more seconds. Have you seen a candlestick like this one? Maybe you did, but how often, right? Do you really believe this 1 hour candle can just snap back higher without making any retracements? I think this 1 hour candle will not turn something like this, something like that, this one. And imagine the next hourly candlestick. How could it be look like, right? Do you feel like this might go higher, and next candlestick opens and immediately rips higher and never gives a second chance for entry. I mean, this closure, this 5-minute closure over here was the first chance on 5-minute chart. Do you believe that this candlestick is going to get closed, right? This 1-hour candlestick over here. What is the higher probability? Everything is possible. All right, we believe that. Okay, but do you believe that next it is a higher probability to see next hourly candlestick like this? Almost no wick. Let's say this closed here and next candlestick open here, right? Do you believe that next hourly candlestick would be something like that, goes higher immediately? Do you see a kind of price action? I believe next candlestick could be something like that. And this would give us that 5-minute idea, right? Price has been leaving wicks, and price might want to leave yet another wick, maybe around these bodies, around these levels, right? Maybe. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just open and immediately keeps going higher. But which one are more rare occasions, and which ones are more common? I want to play my bet on the common ones. I don't care about rare occasions. If there will be a rare occasion and price just leaves without me, I'm okay with that. I'm not interested in the rare stuff. I'm not a collector. I'm not here for find nice collections of rare price actions, right? I'm not trying to be a hero too. I don't care. I'm not trying to get the best entries, best trades, huge expense. I don't care about this. I'm not a flashy influencer, right? I'm not shouting in front of the screen when I know something well. I don't get hyped up when I take a nice long setup or short setup. And I don't get mad or sad when I get stopped out, right? I just do my job. I'm just trying to be a professional. And do you see a professional that gets hyped up for doing his or her job? Do you see a surgeon coming out of a operation, successful operation, and jumping in the hall, yes, shouting, yes, we smashed it, we did it, that was an amazing operation, we saved a life? Do you see something like that? Or do you see that professional comes out with a calm, grounded, and satisfied face? Which one do you see? So I'm not claiming that I'm a professional. I'm not claiming that I'm as good as a professional surgeon in my job, but I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to achieve that. In order to achieve that, I have to start acting like that, right? Right now I am doing my best to just act professional, or maybe act like a professional, right? Because the more I do that, the more my brain will get used to that. Remember, we were talking about the rewiring processes, neuroplasticity, etc. My brain will eventually, well, we have been acting like a professional for a quite while. Maybe we are a professional. Maybe this is our identity now. And if that becomes my identity, if acting professional, not tilting, not overtrading, not getting too hyped out becomes my identity, then trading will be really easy for me, and I will eventually start taking the risks I always wanted to take. But right now, I am only focused on turning into that person. And how do I do that? By not caring about this little thing right now. If I really care about this one, and if I really care about this profits, right, passing the accounts, then my brain is going to focus on that, and my brain is going to stop focusing on the process of becoming a professional trader. Now let's get back to 1 hour chart and look at the way it closed out. I think there is always a possibility to see price just ripping back higher as soon as it just opened the hourly chart, right? Right now, this 1 hour chart and this 1 minute chart is the same exact thing. These two candlesticks, right? Because hourly candlestick just opened, right? Let's say price leaves couple of big black candlesticks, couple of black candles like this one, and maybe price comes back to this level, right? If that happens, price will just look like this. I mean, it will look black at first, and if it just drops like this and then turns back higher, it's just going to look like this, right? And which is more likely? Seeing a candle like this one immediately going higher without giving anything, without retracing back lower, or I believe this is a higher probability. This might even expand lower and turn into something bearish. That's a possibility as well. But if this one, this candlestick, turns into a bigger black candle, it looks like a big black candle, okay? And then, after being a big black candle, turns back higher to turn into something like that, then when it is turning back higher, I can get a long position. Because that turning back higher is a sign for me that, okay, bears cannot push price below this low. They are probably getting weaker, and they are unlikely to push price beyond this low, because it's not just this pattern, it's also the context we were talking about, all the things we mentioned. This is just a consolidation, right? I mean, taking a short setup here is not a continuation short setup for me, because I don't perceive price like that. If this was the only price action we have, then this could be a continuation short setup, but this is not. When we look at the context here, we see that short entry from here wouldn't be a continuation. It would be a short entry right in the middle of the range. So I'm not rushing. This short very well could play out, right? Price might start expanding lower and then keep going lower. But still, this entry wouldn't be a continuation entry. This entry would be a bet on this breakout. So if the price does that, breakout, then I will look for a short setup. This one could be a pullback. This one could be a continuation. Taking a short from these levels could be a continuation short setup. Otherwise, this is inside of the range. This is now starting to show the reaction from the bearish imbalance I wanted to see. And I really want to see something like that. Price comes back lower, stops here, and starts to show strength. Maybe even the SBS combo idea we wanted to see on 1 minute chart. Now I'm showing you the fractal idea. Imagine that price is coming back lower, taking out this level and then consolidating, and then broking above. When it breaks above, it might look something like that on 5 minute chart. Another one. Imagine something like this on here as well, right? Price leaves a black candle, maybe another, then consolidates, couple of candles, 5 minute candles side by side maybe, and then turning back higher. After that, turning back higher, if I see something like that, that's my long setup, and I'm carrying this to the highs. Yeah, we have a potential 1 minute SBS on ES, but I'm not going to take it. I want to see another candlestick structure shift on 5 minute chart. So you can think about it like that. First, CSS S. CSS means candlestick structure, and S means shift. We can call it break 2, whatever you wanna call it. This is the first one, and I wanna see a second one after price takes out this tap low over here. I am not going to take out this immediately after price sweeps it, or I am not going to take this setup. Because even though this looks like a 1 minute SPS, this is not actually 1 minute. Right? Maybe this is not even 2 minutes either, because look carefully. This was the 1 minute SPS. I take this 1 minute SPS setups as a continuation of the current order flow. This SPS idea over here would be the continuation of the current order flow. It couldn't hit the 2R and price reversed back lower. So as soon as price reversed back lower, this SPS 1 minute SPS already was invalidated, and if this is already invalidated, that means 1 minute order flow turned bearish. And if I am taking a long setup from here, this is still an SPS setup, but it is a reversal SPS. It is not a flow SPS. I'm not following the flow. This is a flow SPS idea. It couldn't make a new high, came back lower, and this would be a reversal SPS idea. And I don't want to try to get a reversal around here, because I'm still not sure if bulls are going to stay strong, stay firm, because there's a possibility to see this expansion lower, right? I mean, I feel like there are two sides here of the coin. One side is this continuation, and one side is price getting the reaction from it and making a reversal, something like that. So I want to wait. I want to wait and see which one is going to get confirmed. If the short idea gets confirmed, I can still look for short setup ideas below these levels, right? Because that if price closes below this level, that would be a confirmed breakout, and I can get a scalp setup, continuation setup. One of you guys mentioned this level over here, for example. That could be a nice target, right? I mean, if price breaks this low and retraces a little, I can just get a setup, and that would be a nice scalp for me, right? Based on the retracement, I could catch things like that. But now I want to be patient. Price made a big expansion lower here, and then price made created a deep retracement, a complex one, and this was kind of an SPS idea, but I don't like this idea, because I would rather see this level stay protected for a good trend. This high over here, I wanted to see this protected if price is going to go lower. Why? Because this is a nice SNDR level, supply or demand responsible for the break. This is a break of the range, and this was the responsible area. There was a nice big candle, and price immediately turned back lower. And this immediate turning back lower makes me suspicious about this expansion lower. So I wanted to stay cautious and don't try to short these. I didn't take a long from this level as well, because I explained to you guys entry wouldn't be optimal, and I wouldn't wait for the extra confirmation. But if price consolidates here and then turns back higher, I'm going to long. All I need is a nice, strong 5-minute candlestick structure shift. This is the first shift on candlestick structure, and I want to see the second one. Ideally not inside an imbalance. I don't want to see price forming an imbalance. If price forms an imbalance, I want to see some consolidation before I enter the long position. Right now, I'm not rushing anything, be it long, be it short. I'm not rushing for any of them, okay? Because in my perspective, price seems a little unpredictable. And as you can see, my classic SPS idea got stopped out multiple times, and price didn't give the things I wanted to see, right? If price is not giving me the thing I wanted to see, I'm not forcing anything, because that's when it gets really tough for me, really difficult for me. Yeah, that's pretty much it for now, I guess. If price gave a nice little fractal sweep over here, this short scalp short could have been a nice idea, but price did not do that. I mean, there is a little one on 30-second, but it doesn't look clean at all. Not even 30-second on 15. This one is not looking clean at all. And if you look at that, nothing seems very clean. Price tapped this level. I want to see 15-minute candle too. I want to see how this closes, and I want to see the next candlestick as well, because this looks like the times I couldn't figure out what was going on, and this is the kind of price action that I lose some money, because in the past I wouldn't care about this kind of context and confirmations before. I didn't care about the confirmations, etc. I would just mark the tap low, open a long, maybe, I don't know, price immediately drop back lower, but maybe long from here, 30-second. Maybe take a long from here. Maybe get stopped out here, take here, get a little profits maybe, and then stopped out again. Then I look for bearish setup. It doesn't give, it doesn't give. Eventually, it gives first bearish SPS in here. I would get stopped out again. Another here, maybe some partial, and stop again, right? So I would already get tilted, get mad, and below the account. Now it seems like it is printing something like I wanted to see. It would be nice if price doesn't leave an imbalance over here. I mean, it would be good to see price tapping here and then coming back. I'm talking about this candlestick. But still, it still looks longable even though there is an imbalance here. This is not the kind of imbalance I would enter a short position. I want to see how this candlestick closes. I might take my first ever setup after this candlestick closes, this one. By take, I mean place my buy stop order here. If this candlestick closes and price trades inside this, trades above this level, yeah, I might take just one micro. Stop might be here or here. Even though this stop loss still looks big, it is better than the first one, right? I mean, taking a long entry from here is much better than here, because I would be waiting. I would be losing mental capital, and if this didn't play out, and if price turned out to be bearish, or if price gave some nice fractal bearish setup over here, I couldn't take any of them. I would just had to sit in that position and sit in that drawdown, losing my mental energy, mental capital. Let me get the candlestick has opened. Now let me tell you what I want to see. I want to see this candlestick is closing as a doji, not taking out this low. I mean, I want to see price chopping on 1 minute chart. Okay, I want to see this is chopping on 1 minute, leaving a failed swing, either sweeping this a little and then immediately turning back higher, or not sweeping at all. This one. If I see that this candlestick closing as a doji, I'm definitely taking a long at buy stop long at this high, because my entry wouldn't be inside of an imbalance, and that would be even nicer. And look at this like that. Price took the range low, left back higher, leaving a little imbalance, and then tapping into this big imbalance, and then turning back higher, invalidating this imbalance without invalidating this imbalance without going higher. If price cannot take out this low and then turn back higher to invalidate this black imbalance too, this one, if price invalidates this, I mean, how much invalidation is it gonna do, right? This would be invalidated, and this would be invalidated once again. If price turns back higher, closes above this, then price is coming to this high. At least that's what I believe. And if price wants to stay bearish and keep expanding lower, I didn't take any entry. I didn't lose anything. I stayed on the sidelines with a wrong bias. And my bias is really simple. My bias is not bullish. My bias is not bearish. And at the beginning of the session either, at first my bias was bullish a little, but I wanted the confirmation because price started expanding towards the previous day high. But price invalidated that idea before giving my entry pattern, my confirmation. So I just kept waiting. After waiting, I saw this bearish expansion. And I told myself, well, if you are going to be bearish, okay, then give me a short setup. Then price didn't give the short setup as well. It immediately turned back higher, sweeping this low. And then my bias turned into bearish, from bearish to bullish, and then consolidation. Now I am consolidation biased, as if price doesn't close below this low, if price doesn't leave this range away, then my bias is consolidation. Not bullish, not bearish, not neutral. Neutral bias is something else, right? Neutral bias means anything can happen. My bias is not neutral right now, and my bias is not bullish, not bearish. It is range, rangy bias, range bound bias, whatever you wanna call it. I don't know. Now I wanna see consolidation, failed swing, not sweeping this. That is enough. Price came really low, and then closing above this high. If I see something like that, and if price turns back higher and gives a long SPS setup, that would be a valid long SPS setup, and that would very likely play out. Okay, very likely. SPS is just a pattern. It didn't play out in here, and it seems like it didn't play out in here too, because price took this turn back, and maybe price make another low, I don't know. But after this point, after waiting this long and observing what price has been doing, if price turns back higher and prints an SPS, then that is a valid long SPS setup. And if this starts expanding lower, losing this low, then the SPS setup, the short SPS, in my opinion, is a valid short SPS, right? SPS is just a pattern in which you use to follow the order flow, the little sweep inside of the order flow. Also, the follow the order flow on the higher time frames to create a framework. I mean, there is a huge bit difference between this one, right, let me draw it like that. There is a huge difference between this one and between this one. There is a huge difference between two. That's what I believe, right? If you think about the textbook, if you think about the rules only, you can easily say that this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, maybe this is 5, and this is a nice long, and this is the same exact thing all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe this is 5, but I think these are not the same at all, because in here there's a bullish momentum, there's an order flow, a tap, a higher high, and immediately sweep of that step and price turn back lower. You bet that this is a manipulation and you are joining into strength, right? Joining after the manipulation. But over here the order flow is bullish, same exact thing happens, but before price sweeps this low, price stalls a lot. In that stalling duration, you can say that big players might have closed their short positions or accumulated shorts from here. But in this short duration, the big players cannot adjust. There's not enough time for them to adjust their position. So there is a higher probability to see this order flow is continuing. All right, let's get back to the price and open the 5-minute chart and take our long setup without hesitation. Place our stop loss. Another one. This seems nice. I immediately bought it because we could see some strength over here, some imbalances. That's why I immediately bought without waiting for a candlestick closure. There's 2 minutes for this candlestick to close, and in this 2 minutes we can close above these levels. And this is the target. Let me show it on the daily chart. This level is the target, current daily high. If price keeps going higher, we might easily see a new high of the day. It would be nice to see this candlestick closing above this level. If this position gets stopped out, I would be waiting more cautiously, and if price comes with impulsive candlesticks towards this level, then I might look for short setups. Otherwise, I'm just waiting to see what happens. This wasn't an imbalance here. If there was an imbalance around here, I wouldn't take this entry. I mean, if this was something like that, let's say, if this came over here with a bullish candle, then I would wait a little, want to see a candlestick closure before taking the entry. But since my entry not inside of a bearish imbalance, I just wanted to take this entry. It could have been nicer to see price closing above this high, right at this level. But let's see what happens. Wait patiently. I mean, if this setup gets stopped out, my conscience is going to be calm, I guess. I don't know, calm is the correct word. I mean, I wouldn't beat myself up if this setup gets stopped out, because I really believe that I did my best. I waited for all the probabilities to unfold. I waited for price to show its hands, and price finally showed me something, and I took an entry based on that something. There's an SMT right at the lows, which is a good thing. I believe price might leave this low untapped. So what I want to see is price expanding higher and creating an bullish SBS. And if I see that 1 minute bullish SBS, I am going to take it with some other account. I got another account as well. It's close to break even right now. Close above this level, I'm adding another one. This high over here. This kind of seems like failed swing. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that. A little low, sweeping this one maybe, and then turning back higher. But this seems like this is turning out to be something I would rather see. And if price closes above these levels, especially above this level, this small little internal sweep or this fractal SPS would be invalidated. There's this fractal SPS short over here, but I didn't want to take that short because higher time frame was telling me higher prices. And what was my bias? My bias was consolidation. If my bias is consolidation, I am not going to short near the range lows. I am going to short around these levels. I mean, look at this. If you I'm going to open a cleaner chart. Yes. If you just look at this order flow over here, that will be your one big huge break, first sequence, second lower low, which is third sequence. This would be your 4, and this reversal would be your 5, right? After that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you see yet another one. This is the break. This is 1. This tap is 2. This break is 1. Tap is 2. This low is 3, price sweeping it 4, and maybe price might want to reverse back lower and give the 5, right? If there was a strong expansion, if my bias was bearish, I would take this short setup. I would take a short setup from these levels. I wouldn't be in wrongs. I would wait for short, maybe around these levels. I mean, I would be waiting with sell stop entry. In fact, I want to show it on paper trade just so you can get the idea. And I'm going to open a new paper trade account because wrong trades. Okay, the name of this paper trade is wrong trades, and let's make it $10,000. Okay, give us leverage. I'm on a wrong trades account. Normally correct pattern, but context doesn't add up. So price already gave the entry. I'm going to put stop loss, and I'm just going to watch what happens. Does it play out? Does it keep expanding lower? Does price invalidates my idea, or does price gives this profit over here? I mean, I still don't mind seeing this low over here because this could be a failed swing, right? I would in fact like to see this failed swing and then price going back higher, closing above this level. Then I would be confident that price already might have started that bullish trend I want to see. Low, high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. That's what I want to see. There's always a possibility to this one play out. I mean, this is not the optimal setup, not the best one, right? The only reason this is not the best one is this is occurring near the range lows. If I am entering a short position near the range lows, then that means I am betting on breakout of this level. And I don't want to bet on breakout. I would rather bet on a continuation. I would rather see price breaking below this level, leaving imbalances, and then printing the same exact pattern, right? Then I can get a nice one. Now I want to see this imbalance is getting invalidated. And I want to see a higher low being formed, a failed swing, right? Bottom center, this is a failed swing. If this becomes a failed swing if price closes above this level. Right now, this is not a failed swing. This is nothing. This is not even a swing. Because if the next candlestick comes back and takes this low, this is not going to be swing. I mean, if you look at that like this kind of looked like a swing, but actually it was not. Excuse me. This kind of looked like a swing, this one over here, but it was not. And the second one kind of looked like a swing, but it was not. But if this candlestick closes, after this candlestick closes, this would be confirmed as a swing point, because in order for it to be swing point, it has to be a point, right? This is a point. And the ones near it are not points. This is not a point. This is not a point. These are not points on 1 minute chart. Points are this, right? And maybe this, because this is equal. Things like that. Now price is doing exactly what I wanted. Price is confirming this as a higher low and confirming the breakout. Now I'm going to add another one. And I think, yeah, my stop level is alright, I guess. Now I want to see some strength. I want to see some expansion at this point. It would be ideal to see this imbalance is being invalidated. You may call it an invalidated imbalance. You may call it inversion fair value. Whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter what you call it, okay? The price is price. The logic is simple. It does whatever it does, right? And right now, I want to see a bullish SPS forming. If I see that SPS setup, then I am taking it in my another accounts, and I believe this might be a start of the expansion higher, eventually taking out these highs over here and reaching up to this consolidation low over here. Let me zoom out a little and remind you of this chart, right? I would like to see price coming higher to tap this level, consolidation low. And I wouldn't be looking for longs at this point. This is my target for today. If I get stopped out, that's fine. I would accept my loss and I would just move on. There's something wrong with this though. My stop loss and my take profit orders doesn't work properly. Let me check that. It is receiving some kind of reaction from this 5-minute imbalance over here. I wanted to see something stronger. I wanted to see price inversing this immediately, but these things can happen either. I mean, this could, I don't know, I don't think price is going lower unless it takes out this high. I mean, I would expect at least price coming to premium of this little range over here, this little leg over here, the more expensive sides. I don't believe that price is reversing back lower, take out the levels. This higher low was already established. I would rather see price not closing below this level. A sweep might be alright. It would be a little SPS, but this is not the SPS setup I want to see. I want to see the SPS setup above this consolidation area, because the lows and highs doesn't really matter too much for me. What matters for me is the levels and areas As you can see, price broke below the low. Some people say if it is wicking, then it is a break, market structure break. You see a lot of videos about market structure, right? Some people say, well, in order for it to be a market structure, it should be market structure break, it should be candlestick closure. If it is not closing, then it is not market structure break. And some people say, well, wicks are market structure break too. And others says, well, wicks are liquidity sweep and closes are market structure break. And sometimes price takes out the liquidity with just wicking and turning back higher. Sometimes price just closes a strong candle below the low and then immediately turns back higher. Sometimes it closes right below it and starts to consolidate there. And after that consolidation, without going lower, it just turns back higher immediately. So, in my perspective, by themselves, the swing point doesn't really matter too much, right? I want to see the areas and the relationship between that area and the price action. If price is going away from area, breaking away, breaking out, then that is a breakout. So a breakout means a market structure break for me. But if price is just taking out a high, wicking or closing below, that doesn't mean anything by itself. I mean, price is close below this low over here, but immediately turned back inside the range, and it has been chopping since. It didn't take out this high, this low, right? So this is how I perceive market structure. This is why I on this video, this is why I just give me a second. This is why I don't talk about the levels too much. I'm not calling this as a market structure break or this. Just because price closed below this low, it is not market or this low. I don't care. I want to see price going away from a range. As you can see, this is a very clean range. This one over here. And price is leaving this away, right? With multiple imbalances. And then price is just staying stuck below that level. So then price uses this as a resistance and turns back lower, makes a new low. And then comes back to sweep this once again. Why? Because higher time frame is consolidating. If the higher time frame was expanding, price likely wouldn't take this high and then keeps expanding lower, right? But if higher time frame is consolidating, then this will still work, but this one will work too. This bullish one is going to work and bearish one is going to work, right? Price is sweeping the bearish one, going back lower, sweeping the bullish one, going back higher, sweeping the bearish one, going back and forth. This is the nature of consolidation. It has to, if it is consolidating, it has to go back and forth, right? It's the nature of consolidation. Let me put my stop loss. Oh man, this platform is not really good right now. It is not. Okay, I will be watching price carefully, and if something happens, I will manually close the position. The orders just doesn't work, and sometimes that happens. But I don't really care about it either. I don't even care about this account over here. I don't even care about taking a big win, big lose. I don't even care about the outcome of today's price action. What I care about is what I am doing right now. I applied my process properly. I mean, you wouldn't believe that, but about just 3 months ago, 2 months ago, I couldn't hold myself just for a couple of hours or minutes. About 5 months ago, when I was smoking weed, I would immediately click market buy from these levels with FOMO. And when it turned back lower, I would reverse position, turn into short right here. And when price came back here, I would turn into long once again. And this little wick this little retracement, this little candlestick would blow my account, right? And then price would go back higher. And I would calculate it. And it would be blown right here. If price didn't leave this wick, or if the blown point was here, I wouldn't get blown. Things like that, but it doesn't really matter. 5 months ago, I was an addict. I was addicted both on substances like weed, alcohol, cigarettes, doom scrolling, video games, things like that. And I was also trade addict. I would trade in stupid times. I mean, if I looked at the chart when the market opens, I would definitely take some kind of risk. For example, during the Asia session, I would sit in front of the price and I would tell myself, I will just backtest. I'm not going to trade today. And I would start backtest and I would accidentally see the live price action on Asia. As soon as I see that candlestick moving, I couldn't hold myself and start trading and then eventually blow the account. Because I would constantly change my idea. I would open a long from here, it would get profit, and as soon as I see this candlestick, I would turn back the short, and over here I would hesitate again and I would long again, and eventually I would have ended up with a blown account. And I would get mad at myself, I would get really sad and sorry. I would ask myself questions such as, why do I do that? I told myself I wasn't going to take any trades over here, I was gonna backtest. What happened? What triggered this? Things like that. But it's been some months now, and all of that things are in the past. I don't like seeing price idling around here too much. I want to see maybe another candlestick structure shift or 5-minute time frame. It would be lovely if price doesn't take this slow, but it seems like it will. It is receiving some kind of reaction I wanted to see, but it is chopping even more than I expected. I mean, I expected this choppy price action, but I was expecting price would finally start its expansion higher after price leaves this consolidation area. And price, I don't like seeing price coming back inside the consolidation area, so I'm not rushing for opening long positions on other accounts, even though I see some SPS over here. I don't like this weakness. I mean, if idea was correct, price should soon start expanding higher. If it doesn't, then idea might be invalidated, but that's still okay. I'm now watching this little SPS over here. That would be the trigger normally, but this imbalance tells me to stay on sidelines still. And if I just check out on this range, this consolidation area, that would be my tap low of the consolidation area. So it is still possible to see price sweeping this and then turning back higher. But as I told you guys before, I would rather see price leaving imbalances eventually, leaving imbalances and starting expanding higher. I think this 5-minute imbalance is what holding the price. I think if price can gain this level, close above this level, and maybe stay above it, then price start get stronger and faster. I mean, closing above this level with some nice strong candles might eventually push price to this level immediately. And if price can do what I told you guys, if price can hold above this level, I expect to see fast price action until this level, maybe even going above this level quite strong. Okay, seems like prices seems like this SPS might be playing out. I didn't take it because I didn't like the shape of it, and the pattern is, once again, the pattern doesn't really matter. What matters is the intention behind the price, and I read that intention with consolidation areas. So I really want to see price going away from that area. After that, I might still look for an SPS setup, and if price really leaves this area away with conviction, then I wouldn't even care where price is. I could take a long SPS around here. So I wanna look how moving averages look. Nice. Yes, that's what I wanna see. And do you see that? Where these guys shows? I wanna see this keep getting higher, maybe even turning more sharper. And I wanna see a cross, and I wanna see this turning higher as well. And then I wanna see these two getting away from each other. After that, if I see an SPS long, I am taking it. And I believe that SPS long would be a higher probability long. Alright, price came near this level. I believe price is going to take this once again. And I believe this cross will happen eventually, SPS, the moving average cross. I use moving averages in many occasions, and I believe they are really helpful things to observe the price action and understand the order flow. And my next video will be about these moving averages. I'm not going to just say if price is below, long it, short it, and if above, long it. I will share my experiences about it. I will share some nuances. I will talk about the angles or slopes of those. I mean, for today, just watch how price starts to behave after this one starts to look upwards, like right now. Look where this shows, and just watch price what happens after this starts looking right like that. Just observe it. These are really important metrics, and the relationship between the crossovers, right? Price made a crossover here. SPS moving average cross. This is a golden cross. Maybe some people bought into this golden cross, and maybe they got stopped out after that, and then price made a death cross or bearish cross, and after the bearish cross, right, bearish cross happened. But look at this. The bullish cross happened like that. If you bought right after the bullish cross around here, you saw a little profit, but then you might get stopped out. If you sold just with the death cross, you sold right here, one of the worst possible places. And from this red dots, you can see some people clicking market sell over here, and they got absorbed. Price reversed back higher, and over here, once again, some people were clicking market sell, and they got absorbed as well. There was huge selling pressure over here. Market sells, a lot of sells, and as you can see, price absorbed them, went back higher. And right now, you don't see a pressure on both sides. What I want to see is price just closing above this level. Let me look at the 5-minute candle. This is not closing nicely. I want to see the another candlestick. It might be chopping around a little bit more, but it seems like it will eventually create this moving average crossover. And after the crossover, price might start to get faster. This is how it looks like right now. Breakout above these levels, close above these levels might immediately make price faster, taking out this high and maybe going even beyond, coming back to these levels, maybe sweeping this high and eventually coming to our final target. But let's see if it keeps weak for a long time, and if it starts idling around here, I might scale out of my position. This shit doesn't work at all. Okay, let me get back to chat when price is doing whatever it is doing. That was a nice read to price action, Jihan, laying out your expectations. Thank you for your kind words. Yeah, I believe that was nice. Staying patient helps a lot to be able to read price action like this. Also, explaining things to you guys helping me a lot. You cannot imagine how it is helpful when I'm talking. My personality type is ENTP, and it is debater personality. I don't debate with people too much, but my personality is debater. I mean, the way I think, the way I perceive the world. So I like talking about abstract stuff, abstract content. So I don't like small talk too much. I don't enjoy it. But I like talking about complex topics. And when I talk about those topics, I feel like my brain works better, just simply. So, I mean, if I was trading alone without this live stream, without you guys, I could never do this. And I couldn't be of help for myself and also for you guys. So I appreciate you joining these live streams. I don't really care about making bank from being an influencer and stuff. I just want to be part of a nice community, nice trading community, and I believe the Stoic traders are one of the greatest communities out there. It's been more than a year. It's almost been 2 years since I have been trading, following Stoic trader, and I can tell that I never saw a toxic person. This is a great community. People are really stoic, and stoic people are, I mean, people who follow stoic philosophy are easygoing people. I don't know. They are smarter. They care for, they value knowledge. They value intrinsic stuff. They are virtuous people most of the times. So thank you guys for being this part of this community. Let me get back to chat. I'm sure that if someone who suffers from FOMO watched today's broadcast, they would overcome it. Thank you, Burhan, for your kind words. Most of the time, FOMO, let's talk about what FOMO is at first, right? FOMO is fear of missing out. So forget about the part of missing out. Just focus on the fear itself. Why would we fear that we would miss something, right? Miss something out. Why would we fear? Where does fear comes from? What does our brain are afraid of? I believe it is unpredictability. Our brain hates unpredictability, because if you look at this from the evolutionary psychology perspective, our ancestors needed some kind of certainty to survive, right? I mean, uncertainty is something really dangerous for was something really dangerous for them. Because imagine that you look at a brush, you are taking a walk, you either take the longer walk and go around the bush, I don't know what the term exactly is, but you get the gist. You are taking, if you take the longer path, you are gonna get tired and you feel a little pain on your feet, on your calves, on your leg muscles. And if you take the shorter path, you will not feel that pain, but you risk getting caught by a tiger. So would you risk that, or would our ancestors risk that? According to evolutionary psychology, our ancestors never took that risk. They took known pain instead of unknown anything. Because I'm not new ICT. I don't lie to people. I always tell the truth. I'm not making claims that I never done or I'm never going to do. But let's get back to the subject. But I understand what you are saying. That I believe this is a compliment. I believe you are saying that my articulation skills are good, my explanation skills are good, and I thank you for your compliment. But I'm different than IST. I'm not like him. I will never lie to people. I will always tell the truth. Right? Because it's stupid to lie. There is not. I mean, in my opinion, the best in the long term, best content creation tactic in trading would be extremely honest, right? Because you would be the one and only. If you be extremely honest about everything, I believe this is actually a good tactic, right? Everybody is lying. A lot of people is lying. It's really difficult to find people like Stoic Trader, right? Our mentor. So this industry is so dirty that even being honest is a big virtue and something really rare, right? So if you are giving some value that really rare, then eventually you are going to be something else. But let's back to the subject we were talking about. Go back. Sorry for cutting it. I was talking about the evolutionary psychology, and I was talking about the need for certainty. I believe all of our trading problems, all of our trading psychology problems comes from our brain's need for certainty. Our brains it just cannot accept the nature of probabilities. It just wants to be sure, right? Because unknownness meant death for about 100,000 years, and we are evolved to do our best to make certain about things. Instead of probable happiness, we choose definite pain, right? Because that definite pain means we are not going to die, just suffer. So being aware of this helps a lot to improve our trading psychology, and also learning more about trading creates more certainty. I mean, if you are just a beginner, let me narrate something real fast. Price has closed above this imbalance, and also look at the way this 5-minute 20 simple moving average looks. The more price stays above here around these levels, the more it goes higher, or the more this will turn like this. Let us open our arrow once again. Right now the indicator doesn't show it properly. It will show it properly after this candlestick closes. Probably it shows lower. It's the issue of indicator. So forget about the indicator and just check it for ourselves. Right now this 5-minute simple moving average started to show this corner of the screen. And look at this 1 minute. What happened on 1 minute, right? What happened after it started to turn higher? Started to show this corner of the screen, this direction. It kept going. Now, if it does the same exact thing on 5 minute, it might start accelerating. We might see something like that. Price slowly goes and then eventually taps this and then boom. We might see something like that. Okay, let's get back to psychology subject. We were talking about FOMO, fear of missing out. If you have enough experience in the markets and if you learn this kind of stuff enough, if you spend the right amount of time in front of the live price action, not watching some other video in the internet, in the YouTube, watching more videos doesn't help. We need real experience, and we get real experience only by in front of the real price action, right? By watching it, because when we watch it, it is always uncertain. We constantly practice uncertainty and we constantly learn how to manage uncertainty. If we can learn how to manage this uncertainty, our brain doesn't even need to know where price is going next. Our brain doesn't care about it. Our brain doesn't care about profits. Our brain doesn't care about losses. Our brain just wants certainty, just wants to feel in control. Right? If the brain is feeling in control, then you wouldn't fear anything. Would you fear anything when you are in total control? Would you fear if you have the power to change the direction of this price? You would never fear. Would you fear, let's say you are managing the funds of the biggest institution in the world. Would you fear of missing a move? No, because you are the one who creates the moves, right? With your click, price might take out people's stop losses, right? Let me attend to my kitten. It doesn't behave. I am going to just give me a second. All right, I kicked the kitten away from the room. It was on my desk and clicking the buttons on my chart. What was I talking about? I was talking about FOMO, and I was talking about feeling about losing control and feeling in control. And believe it or not, if you get right amount of experience, if you spend enough time without taking risk, because if you keep taking risk when you don't know what you are doing, you will always feel anxious. I was feeling anxious as well, right? But then I stopped taking risks. I took a step back. I'm just talking about a month ago, 2 months ago. I blew my last accounts on this day, around these days, right? So I started paper trading on this Friday, paper traded for a week, and then I started doing these live streams on February, right? And that live streams was on paper trade as well. I paper traded on live streams. So after the paper trades started to go well, I said maybe I can get an evaluation to feel it more, right? I want to make things more intense for myself after I was done with the paper trading. So after this, can I put my stop loss? I still cannot put my stop loss, but that's all right. I like this candlestick closure. I believe price might consolidate since it tapped this imbalance right here. It might get a little slower, but I really like the way this candlestick's closed. We might see a choppy price action here a little, and we might see a SPS setup forming around here. Why? Because when price have got huge momentum, you will not see anything but imbalances. And then if price starts to get slower, you will see occasional little black candles inside of the white candles. And if it gets a little slower, a little more slower, then you can see the SPS setup. This is how it forms. Let's get back to the subject of trading psychology and FOMO. If your brain is feeling in control, then you don't feel FOMO. You are in control, you know what you're doing, and in order to feel in control, you have to know what you're doing. And if you are just practicing, you know what you're doing, right? Do you feel anxious right now? Do you feel FOMO when you're watching this? No, you don't feel FOMO because you are feeling control. Why? You are seeing something here. Something might be valuable, right? Something might be helpful for us in the future. You kind of feel like, as a community, we are figuring out something together. Let me go back to the chat. I take trades, but I can't hold them. What should I do? My loss this week is $350. What can I do? I want you to ask you some questions to yourself. I want you to ask yourself, when you are trading, do you feel calm or do you feel anxious? That is a really important question. If you are feeling anxious, then there are two things. You need to get rid of that anxiety because you cannot trade very well with anxiety. You can do, if you are feeling anxious, what you have to do is getting rid of that anxiety. And how can you get rid of that anxiety? There are two things you can do. First, you can increase your skill levels and match your skill with the difficulty you are facing, challenge you are facing. The challenge you face is taking risks in unpredictable environments, right? You either increase your risk, you either increase your skills, or you decrease the challenge. How can you decrease the challenge? Well, you can decrease the challenge by lowering your daily risk, by taking a step back and being an observer instead of being a participant, right? That's the things you can do. I mean, as I told you before, just about 5 or 6 weeks ago, I was feeling awful. I was feeling really anxious. I was overtrading. I was doing all of the shit. Then I read a book called Flow. And after that book, I told myself, well, I am trying a challenge that is that doesn't match my skill level. That challenge is much higher than my skill level. Then what can I do? What should I do? I told myself, I can either increase my skill level or decrease the challenge I face. I can do that. I mean, I cannot make trading any easier than it is. I cannot decrease the difficulty of the markets, but I can decrease my subjective challenge, subjective difficulty, because what I the challenge I felt was not about price action. I was good at reading price. I knew what it is doing most of the times. My challenge was figuring out what I do with that price, and my challenge also was about taking risks. Taking risks was making things more difficult for me. Let me check the price real quick. It seems like it might take my stop loss. I didn't like this strong reversal after the lunch. I don't really like the lunch price action, but we could take our entry a little late. But I'm not perceiving this as a loss if it comes back and stops me out. I'm perceiving this as a chance to an opportunity to learn, because why if this comes back and takes out my stop loss, if this ends up being a loser, I will then immediately remind myself that price has been really slow before it started leaving these imbalances, just like it did right here at the beginning of the session, right? I am currently not fearing, I'm receiving. What I'm receiving is information, and this information much more valuable than any kind of prop firm evaluation, any kind of trade, anything, right? And I will check 15-minute chart. I will be honest with you guys, I don't know what is going to happen next. I don't know if this turns back higher again to take out this low, or I don't know if it just drops lower or keeps chopping, and I don't really care what is going to happen next, because I'm just happy that I followed my protocol. I was focused on the price itself instead of the this intraday fluctuations over here. But I was talking about the challenge levels. Yeah, I noticed that, and I believe it can still reverse back higher, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's get back to the psychology subject, which is the really more important stuff. I noticed that I had to reduce the challenge I was facing. I had to do that. I had no choice, because the other choice is improving my skill levels. Okay, but I couldn't improve my skill levels when I was feeling anxious all the time, and when I was spending all my energy ripping my hairs, pulling my hairs in front of the chart, right? Biting my nails. I mean, I don't bite my nails, but you understand what I'm saying. I am trying to use some phrases, I guess. So I cannot learn properly when I'm feeling anxious. If I feel calm and grounded, I can learn faster. So I told myself I need to lower my subjective difficulty. So I decided to get back to paper trading. Let me show my these were my accounts right before I turned back to paper trading. This is when I turned to paper trades. Do you see that? I mean, look at this, right? In this time, after this, the best decision I could make is turning back to paper trades, right? Look at this. So I went back to paper trades. I paper traded for a couple of days and it went really good. But then I noticed I was clicking impulsively after I get bored. I would take a couple of trades, I would get bored and click. Or maybe I would see this kind of price action and I would just click. Why? Because paper trade doesn't take out my money, doesn't makes me feel anxious. I can just reset it. I resetted some paper accounts. Then I noticed something really important. I noticed that my brain doesn't know the difference between the real money. I mean, look at that. This is a paper trade, right? We click it, buy and sell. And this is real risk. I mean, this is not obviously real money, but still this is a risk. It's exactly the same for my brain. If I get addicted to clicking over here, same will happen over here as well, right? This is the way it is. I mean, if I do something consistently too much, that something I did consistently is going to turn into my habit, and my habit is going to determine my long-term success or failure. And I told myself right now, I am training myself to overtrade. I am training myself to fail by taking too much trades. So I told myself, don't do that. I went back to normal, trading normal and treating paper as seriously as I can. But then I noticed that I am starting to get bored. And when I get bored, I can't see things well enough, or I can just get back the old click addictions, clicking habits, like an addict relapses back, right? After the relapse, constant clicking, I told myself, why don't I do just live streams, right? If I start the live, I sit in front of the charts every single day after the 9:30. I can talk about the things I know, right? I can narrate price full time and see how it feels, because a live stream is something challenging, right? And what I did was, at first I reduced my challenge by erasing the risk altogether, but then I started to feel the boredom, and boredom was not the optimal state of mind to keep learning. So I decided that I need to get out of boredom, just like I got out of anxiety. So I decided to start this live stream. I told myself this is a good way to increase the challenge, but not too much. I mean, I told myself that live streaming wouldn't make me feel anxious like risk taking does, because, well, I don't really care about looking silly, or I don't know. I don't care about how I look. I don't care about how I don't care about my presence and what other people think about that, because I'm a 30 years old Turkish man, right? When you live enough, you eventually get used to yourself. I'm not a proud person. I just lived enough to not feel um the low self-esteem, right? Because I got used to myself, because I have been with myself for quite a while. And I told myself I would be giving some value to people, right? Some people is going to probably understand that value, and I didn't care about trolls, etc. So this is how these live streams started. Let me check the ES chart real quick once again. ES worked this extreme SPS idea, extreme fractal SPS idea. This was a tap high on ES, but I wouldn't trust this. If I was watching ES, I wouldn't take a short from here. But yeah, this doesn't look so terrible. It kind of seems like price might... What happened to this? It closed itself immediately. Why? I don't know why. Let me check this. Interesting. Well, okay. That's fine. Oh, it's not leaving stop loss once again. Oh, it looks like it doesn't leave the stop loss, but it actually does. It actually took that trailing stop. I understand. It seems like it might take this one too, but I just happened to click it. Though I can close it. Yeah, I will close it. What happened has happened. Price swept this failed swing. Let me check back. Yes, it is doing the same exact thing. Yeah, let's stick to our original idea and see what happens with a small size. I'm just really want to see if this happens. I kind of feel like price might not turn back higher again after all this, but well, what the hell. I'm just taking a small risk for a big reward. But I wanna adjust the take profit level first. I didn't like this price action too much. This long SPS over here, where was it? This one over here hit the take profit target. If I took this as a scalp setup, the target of this one would probably be this level, right? I didn't take this one. Maybe I could have taken this one. I'm just learning. That's fine. Okay, put the stop loss over here. Price has been really weird today, but we survived it. And maybe I could have taken partials from this level. If I took partials, even 1 micro would probably erase all the risk we had, but that's fine. It is what it is. Sometimes this kind of stuff happens. I think I will start doing reflection videos at every weekend to take notes about this kind of stuff. For example, reminding ourselves maybe we could have taken partial profits from this high, right? We are all learning together, right? And I mean, today price was giving us some hints about the choppy nature of it, and I was expecting a short squeeze above these highs, but price didn't do that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I could have exited after this candlestick closed, or maybe, I don't know, I could have taken a partial this over this high. I mean, next time I can do this kind of things. I can be more cautious and careful. So instead of being sad over getting stopped out on this setup, or taking a little loss, or missing the potential unrealized profits, I will focus on the future, learning from this, right? And if you have been here around these levels, you might remember that I told you guys I wanted to see price expanding higher with more strength. I didn't like seeing this long, slow grind consolidation over here. It's something similar. I don't know if price goes higher with slow grind movements and then all of a sudden leaves some imbalances and then turns back lower. Now we see something similar over here. Slow grind push, huge candles right near the highs, and then turn back lower. I don't know. It's a weird day. It might still turn back higher. I don't care about it as well. What I care about is the value we all learned, we all received today. I believe we learned a lot of stuff today, and I really enjoyed it. I mean, if I was trading alone, and if I was just taking my trades around here, if that trade came back and stopped out when I was alone, I would feel really frustrated because I wouldn't be aware of the things I was learning. And if I felt really too bad, I might have skipped journaling, right? And if I skipped journaling, then all the value over here would be lost. I wouldn't benefit from the things I already know and things I experienced, right? So I believe these live sessions are really helpful for all of us, not just for you, for me as well. I really learn quite nice things along with you guys. Also, your questions are making me think about some things and um, making me think about the things I am talking about or things I am observing on price action, and really teaches me a lot. So thank you for joining. I really appreciate your presence. Let me get back to chart. We have a SPS on ES. Please share about stoic Fibonacci setups. Fibonacci levels. I do not use Fibonacci's too much because I am already using them with my eyes. I mean, over here when price is turning back higher, I know that my entry is around Fibonacci levels, right? I entered around these levels. I just didn't take a limit entry. I mean, when price is right here, I know that this price is close to Fibonacci levels, for example, these levels. I don't need to draw a Fibonacci to see that price already came to this discount Fibonacci levels. That's why I don't draw it too much, but I don't talk about them too much either. But if you remember, I talked about a wrong SPS setup idea. Do you guys remember that? Let me open the paper trade. And do you guys remember this wrong trades USD? I just clicked it so we can experience the wrong ones as well, along with the correct ones. Just give me a second. I think I need to open it on here as well. Okay. And show executions. Do you remember this wrong short idea I was mentioning? The only reason I was mentioning is it was below this 50% level, right? When I looked at the price of today and when I looked at the momentum, the choppiness of it, the slowness of it, I immediately remembered my past experiences, and my past experiences were telling me that this price is not going to just sweep this high over here and then keep going lower. No, even though this is a valid pattern, valid fractal liquidity sweep, this is a fractal liquidity, or you may know it as an SPS combo, right? The place of it is not favorable, and this looks like something it is going to stop out. Why? Because it is in cheap levels and price has been range bound. Do you guys remember I told you that my bias is not bullish or bearish and my bias was a range? Maybe that's something actually nice. Yeah, if you think about it, around these levels my bias was range. So after I got my long position, instead of targeting all the way up here, I think I should have taken a partial, at least a partial, maybe full pull, I don't know. I think I should have taken a partial around these levels. Yeah, that's something nice. Good information. Okay, let's get back. And when I was talking about this, I was actually using the same logic with the Fibonacci. I don't need to draw up Fibonacci to wait for. Do you guys remember that I wait at least this level? At least. Right? Because this is the highest tap low. This is the consolidation area. Tap high, excuse me. This is the highest tap high. This is another tap high. This is another tap high. Price swept it, acted like it is reversing back lower, but is it closing below the low? Just give me a second. What the fuck is wrong with this shit? This has got a 13 lot short position. This is very interesting. Let me close it on break even. I have no idea why this happened. Maybe it has got short. Oh, maybe those stop losses cluster together. I don't know. But okay. But I guess it isn't. I guess I was able to close it near break even. I think that let me check the orders. That stop losses I was trying to put this level were not closed. I don't know why that happened, but price just opened. This just opened some short positions. Okay, forget about it. This turned out to be bearish, and if I see a nice SBS setup over here, I'm going to take it. I want to see a short SBS, and I believe we are going to the level that one of our guys was mentioning. Maybe this level or maybe this level. Maybe even fulfill this one. Do we have got a news or speech or something like that on lunch? No. Well, sometimes this happens. It's okay. It is what it is. I learned many things about the momentum of price, especially around these levels. This was a really nice session. What was I talking about before this got buggy? Did I take entries on this? No. Okay. Let me check the chat once again. All right. I believe Trump is talking. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yellow uncle can keep talking. No, orange uncle, yeah. He was orange. He can keep talking. He can say whatever he wants. I manage my risk and I am really happy, and give me a second, I will be back. All right, I'm back. What was I talking about? Yeah, I was talking about this momentum over here. This came slower. This didn't expand immediately, especially after closing above this consolidation area. It was a slow grind, and especially over here, the candlesticks was really small, and it just swept a high on lunch and immediately turned back lower. This was a great reason to take partials at these levels. I mean, I still believe that price might take out these highs, but maybe price is leaving these levels to another day, maybe even another week. I don't know. I still expect on higher time frame, I still expect this February open to be taken, but who knows? I mean, I just want to, I at least want to see this gap over here. It is a real gap on electronic trade hours. Maybe a little tap there would be nice, but who knows? Sometimes price does whatever it does. And another lesson for me, if price is really looking this kind of choppy and confusion, we were talking about this all along, we can take our partials earlier. I mean, if let me check how much profits did it have. right now I'm just learning and taking lessons for myself so I can use them in the future. I guess I entered the long positions around these levels, 3 micros. All right, let's get back to this here. Stop loss was something like that, I guess. 75 points. And 3 micros. Yeah, it was something like that, I guess. And what was the profit? It wasn't much. It saw 1-to-1 only. Maybe I could have taken one partial or two partial. One partial and trail would left us with profits, even with the wrong bias but correct execution. Yeah. Now, as you can see, there is a really clean flow over here. Price has changed its behavior, took out the lows, closed below them, and after taking out the low, kept expanding lower, left imbalances, right? This tells me that this price might keep that expansion through this midpoint, that gap, and maybe even to this level, maybe even further to this weekly opening price over here, because it is Thursday and it seems like price is doing it all over again. Last week we took a short setup on Thursday. Price went higher at price swept the lows on Monday, turned back higher on Tuesday, swept the highs on Wednesday and turned back lower on Thursday, and almost the same exact thing happening all over again, except price swept Monday low on Tuesday and then turned back lower and chopped a little while before doing its stuff. I don't know. There's a really high volatility, but I will still trade it. Since it is volatile and fast, I will take my entry on 30-second chart. It will be a sell stop entry around here. Oh, I think because of the volatility, platforms are not working properly. Let me check this right here too. Okay. All right. Let me check if this works. Sell stop. Okay, this works. Let me turn back to this one once again. Orders. All accounts. Risk. All right. Did this handsome take the entry? Yes. I wonder how much further it goes. What is this level? 84. I will put another. Did it take that long? No. I will put another sell stop here on this account. Let's see what happens over here. Normally, I wouldn't short into this kind of engulfing candle, but I don't know. This kind of seems bearish, and when market is really volatile, it might show retracements strong and impulsive like that. So I don't think this is a reversal. I think this is going lower. So first partial would be the midpoint of this gap. It's a nice point. 8110, 819. Let me put a buy limit over there around this level, 820 maybe. And the second partial yeah, I wanna try something crazy, and let me first measure the candlestick over here. Yeah, I am targeting this for the second partial, which is current weekly open. 685. Okay, 685. Right? Yeah. Around here. It's a nice opportunity to learn stuff with cheap evaluations, and with really small position size. Give me another one. Put the stop loss. This stop already there, so I'm not going to touch it. If I touch it, it does some shenanigans. And since this account has got a little bigger drawdown limit, I can click another. $300 is okay, I guess. This seems like a nice SPS setup. And right now, if price takes out this low, I'm going to be bolder. Normally I would get scared and immediately start take profits where I should add to the position. So right now, instead of doing that, I am adding to that position. And after price does some expansions, this is my final target, right? 8, yeah, around here. This is my final target, and I will probably take some partials on the way. This one is getting close to its partial levels. It would be nice to see this high untapped. It would be nice to see price keep expanding lower. This is something rare, actually. I don't always see. You don't always see launch expansions like this one, but sometimes it happens. Being flexible and staying grounded, surviving enough. So this was something impossible in the past, because I would never survive enough to. I would be chopped out around here. I would be done for the day. I would either get some lucky profits or blow the accounts, right? Or maybe, I don't know. I was trading like that. I would be done before 10 a.m. every single day, every day. And when I was making money like that, I was feeling really proud, right? I was telling myself, well, today I made this kind of money in 5 minutes. That was great. It was awesome. Yeah, I was feeling like that. But right now it is different. I'm not looking for quick bucks. I'm not looking to 3-second, 5-second, 10-second gamble setups. I remember I was trading 2 minutes every day, clicking and taking 2-minute setups and closing it with $400 profits. I mean, I was taking something like that probably. Yeah, something like that. 10.2 minute. Like a psychopath. Unnecessary risk. And within an unnecessary high volatility, I would just click, put my profit. Most of the time, price would take my profit before I even put my stop loss, right? I had a nice win streak. I started the account and I made, if it was a small 50k account, funded account, I made around 10k profits, I guess, in a couple of weeks. I got one payout, and before my second payout, I blew that account. Yeah. So that 10k just evaporated out of nowhere. So right now I'm more focused on risk management side of this thing. I believe price is going to take out this partial before taking my stop loss, which seems something which seems nice, I guess. I want to check the normal NQ, and I want to see the weekend gap on normal NQ as well, because the place of the weekend gap might be different. 817, and this one 81. Oh, okay, it's almost at the same level. So, and my partial is already 820. That's good. If price takes out this, this one will be risk free. And I mean, I can take out some partials from this one as well. I really want to see some breakout lower, some imbalances before price reversing back higher. This kind of feels like middle of nowhere to make a deep retracement or something like that. I mean, I at least want to see this level right here. This level would give me a more than 1-to-1 on both positions. This is already more than 1-to-1, I guess. This has got around 32 point stop loss. Yes, 32 point stop loss, and I am taking a partial at 2 Rs, 1 to 2. My gut says me price is ripping below it. That would be lovely. Normally this is a key level, but price is coming quite bearish and now idling above it. If this idle keeps idling, it might rip through it, and it would be something amazing to see. I believe price might be visiting this gap, at least this little gap inside of the big gap. This gap is huge, so price is already inside of it, and the key levels of the gap are midpoint, high and low level, right? And when you see this huge accumulation above the gap, and after that price is coming inside the gap with impulsive candlesticks, my eyes immediately goes to this level, the current weekly open. Weekly gap, the weekly candlestick has been looking quite bullish, right? But right now it doesn't look so bullish, and if it comes back lower, it will turn into a bearish candle or doji at first. I mean, this weekly candle might turn into something like that if price comes back to this level. And since price has been consolidating a while, if you look candlesticks, if you watch candlesticks closely during the consolidations, a lot of candlesticks looks like a bullish candle at first and then turns into a bearish, and then turns into, looks like bearish and then turns into bullish, right? I mean, this candlestick was looking bearish first, then it was looking bullish, then new 12 a.m. candle was looking bullish, and now look how it looks. Why? Because it was consolidating, it was choppy, and same thing applies on higher time frame logic as well, right? On higher, if price is consolidating on higher time frame, a candle might look like a huge bullish candle, and then might look like a black candle, and then white again. And when price is doing that, price is actually doing this, right? I mean, look at this here, for example. This week, price was probably consolidating a little. Price is looking like a big black candle at first, and if you imagine it, this candle was looking like this one, another black one, and it was looking like it is breaking below this 20 simple moving average, and it was looking like it might keep going lower and then reverse back higher. And let's check how it looks, right? Open the weekly chart. I'm just curious how it looks on, for our example, this particular doji candle over here, or maybe this one. Yeah, this is a doji either. Let's check this doji on the hourly time frame, for example. You would call this a little choppy, right? I don't know, I might. 4 hour consolidating price action, and during the consolidating price action, weekly candles looks like a huge bullish candle, and then midweek reversal, and then turn back lower. A lot of midweek reversals. And today another midweek reversals seem to be happening, right? I just took one partial. This time it will probably keep expanding, but it's okay. I still wanted to take a partial. This one already took the partial by itself. And this is some nice profits, right? If you think about it, this is more than 10% gain because this has $2,500 maximum drawdown, and we have got more than 10% of that maximum drawdown in a single day. I think it is a nice gain, and I definitely don't recommend trading minis, especially when the volatility is like this on these little accounts, unless you already have your profitable model. Then I'm not in a position to say anything about it, but otherwise I would recommend sticking to micros because these drawdowns are too small, too little. Now let's check what is going on over here. Price seems like it is receiving some reaction from the levels, midpoint of the gap, the weekend gap. Yeah, and an old weekend gap on RTH. Yes, I can see what's going on here. I am hoping that this is just a retracement, and I am sitting with the I keep sitting with the trend, and I feel like price is not reversing yet. I feel like price might want to take out this low before going back higher. Price didn't even tap this 20 simple moving average for a while yet, and with this bearish price action, I believe this is a possibility to see as well. Maybe closing above it, looking like turning this into bullish and immediately closing back lower. And even this imbalance is not invalidated yet, this little imbalance over here. And we have still a multiple tap highs in front of us. So I don't want to see a strong reversal around these levels. I would rather see another SPS setup playing out. Maybe this time making a double top, another sweep. But I'd rather see price going back immediately lower because momentum has been nice. This one played out, and this was the first SPS setup after the breakout. Since this was a breakout, a real breakout with imbalances and all, this SPS played out pretty well, right? We immediately joined that good expansion over there. It came near the, yeah, it hit the 2 hours, but I didn't close it entirely. I betted on continuation of the trend. I wanted to see price at least deviating below this gap over here just a little. So I believe this was the second selling opportunity. So I'm going to take this one as well. It was a little late, but sometimes that happens. I could have entered at this level too, but it's alright, I guess. And since I haven't taken any setups with this one, I will add another one, and I might, yeah, I will not add another one because I believe price might do something like that. Maybe sweep this, came back, when price sweeps this and turns back inside this range, this becomes the new tap high. Price might do something like that. So if in case something like that happens, I don't want to take too much risk in case of this, because I want to be able to enter another one on this account, right? So, but I believe this momentum is nice and smooth. maybe price might wanna test this imbalance as well. I mean, imagine the inversion traders right now, right? Just trading the inversion without caring about the context and all. Would you trade this inversion? Would you open a long position after this farewell gap became a inversion farewell gap, whatever? This is looking really nice right now. I would rather see a close below and another maybe another imbalance. That would be really nice. And I think I might take another partial from this one to reduce my exposure. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. I mean, I'm already inside with all 3 of my accounts, and this day has been great. No need to turn it into a loser when we can take some partials, etc. But it still looks kind of bearish. This platform looks really annoying. Positions here, orders are not visible, but there are orders, stop loss and buy limit orders. I don't even remember where the orders was. Does this has something like flat and all? Yes, thank God. Okay, very good. I believe we might not see too much deep retracement on the next hourly candle. We might see price going below this level immediately, right? Let me erase this and let us check this pretty thing once again. It didn't give it us easily. It tricked us several times before giving the real deal, but I mean, it acted like tricking us several times, but it tricked us only once, I guess. And even that one could have ended up in profits. But yeah, I want to check this one. Where was it? Aha, this tweet. That is a lovely tweet right now, right? We can learn everything. And price, right now, price is getting close to this level. And eventually this current peak open. Yeah, how are you guys doing right now? Have you been taking any trades and all? Let me find the chat. Yeah, we are here. How is it going for you guys? Did you take any trades today? Are you enjoying this live session? Do you think you are learning something valuable? Learning new stuff? I don't know, learning something cool maybe? No answer. I guess people went to lunch. Maybe I should go to the lunch either. I would be so sorry if you guys missed this one. By missed, I mean I'm not talking about taking a trade. I'm talking about just this, watching this live, watching this occur live. It was really fun. I enjoyed even more when I was watching The Big Bang Theory. Yeah, I think people are AFK, so I should write it on chat. Gonna get some snack. AFK a bit, but I see the chat. I am just closing the mic. All right. Alright, I'm back. I didn't really want to see this, but this still can go lower. So I'm going to re-enter this with this one because this is the range. This is the range breakout. This is the first step inside the range. Price continued and came back to sweep that. And this seems like that same mechanical liquidity cycle idea on higher time frames. And I am betting on continuation of this momentum. This is a little riskier bet because price might sweep once again, or price might wanna, I don't know, sweep this, make a double top, sweep it, and maybe triple tops, something like that, a complex retracement. But if the bearish momentum comes back, then this could be a really nice setup because the risk to reward ratio would be very high. If this stop gets stopped out, I might try another one with the double top idea. But I would like to see price just immediately dropping lower without sweeping this high. I think it is getting stopped out. Well, this is what it is. Risk to reward ratio is good enough, I guess. I wanted to see price at least coming below this level. Price didn't do that yet. Price still might want to do something like that. Now this double top with failed swing is okay, I guess. It would be nice to see price dropping lower real fast and closing below this level. If this gets stopped out, I will just keep watching the price, try to see what happens, try to understand. I might enter in another short setup, maybe I might not, I don't know. I'm not risking too much because drawdown is small. But let's see what happens, let's see how it goes. Seeing a close below this low would be lovely. Nice. Yeah, it is looking better right now. Now I want to see a imbalance, bearish imbalance on 1 minute chart. That could accelerate price towards my targets, and it could be nice to see that this thing would be the high of the hourly candlestick, and I would like to see this hourly candlestick turning into black one, going lower, taking out this liquidity over here. I mean, on 1 hour chart, price has taken this already, and made some multiple bottoms and then came back to this little consolidation or area over here. There is a possibility to see a deep retracement from this level. I would rather not see that retracement. I would rather see price taking out this, but there's always a possibility to see that price is taking out this level another day, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. It might even reverse back higher from here. I wouldn't really want to see that, but let's watch price and see what happens. I don't want to see too much of consolidation over here, honestly. I want to price going below this. It's 20 simple moving average. The more it consolidates above this 20 SMA, the worse it gets for me. Let me check the 15-minute chart. It is already the inside of this 15-minute imbalance. I would rather see a lower low, but I don't know. This might be reversing too. I mean, on 15-minute, we got this low over here. Same logic. Already tapped this area. Maybe I tried to shoot for a too much target. I mean, I longed close to the day's low. I don't know. I thought maybe it could at least consolidate below here before reversing. But I will think about the lessons I take later. Right now, let me focus on managing these trades. Yeah, this might be a double top. I don't know. Maybe I should wait for a fractal setup over here. I mean, by fractal setup, I mean price turning back lower, creating a fractal liquidity, sweeping it, and then turning back lower. Yeah, I guess it would be better for me to wait for that fractal setup at this point. Because I really don't know how deep really don't know about the depth of this retracement, how deep it is going to come. I don't know where it is going to end. Same idea, same logic with that long ideas around here. The longs which I didn't take. Seems like it's going down, but I don't know. I will take just one micro. Leave the stop here. Little risk. Nice reward. Maybe I might add to this position. Was it my... No, this wasn't my target. This was my target. Yes. If this reverses back higher or chops around, I might end the day with some losses. If this continues going lower, if this creates another leg expansion, leg lower, then I would end today with some profits. I kind of feel like price is not reversing back higher today. I feel like price is not coming back to this consolidation area back today. I feel like price already, this area was already breaking out. I feel like this area is for some other day. I think we might still see some imbalances lower. And I would rather see, before price going higher, I would rather see price getting close to this lower levels over here. I don't really know. Yeah, expansion lower would be nicer. I believe this SPS, the long SPS idea might not play out. I'd like to see price closing below this and starting going lower with imbalances. And if I see an opportunity, I might add to this position with the combo idea. And over here, I would take any kind of fractal liquidity sweep. For example, over here, if you remember, if you are in this chat over here, yes, I'm still going. If you remember this over here, we called this a wrong setup or something like that, and we show it on the paper trade, but we didn't take this setup because price was inside of a range and we didn't enter below the range. But right now this is not a range, this is a part of expansion. This is actually happening after the range breakout, right? Since this is happening after the range breakout, I can take any kind of combo setups or fractal liquidity sweep setups from any place. Doesn't matter where it is, because it is a trend and I am joining into continuation, betting on and believing that it will continue, right? So even if it gives a SBS setup right here, right now, I would start stacking, start adding. But I wouldn't be surprised if price kept expanding lower without giving that fractal liquidity sweep idea, because this trend doesn't look so slow. Candles are big and strong. So, and also remember the things I was talking about, the open high and low, open high, low and close levels. So I believe this might keep expanding lower, take out this low, eventually maybe even leave a hourly imbalance, and leave. You see there's potentially hourly imbalance here. If price decides to form that hourly imbalance, this candle might be closed around these levels, right? Around here. I mean, this particular hourly candle might reach to these levels. So today I think I am observing something I usually observe, something I see often. If the launch makes an expansion, right? If the launch makes an expansion, the PM candle cannot really take out the launch high, right? If this is a huge expansion, the PM session open, the 13 candle or 1 minute, 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. excuse me, 1 p.m. candle might not be able to take out this high, but it still takes something. I mean, what I'm trying to say is this: if launch is like that, the PM session likes to sweep the high and then maybe turn back lower, things like that. Imagine something like this: if price starts going lower after 11 a.m., right? And then it starts chopping on launch, and during PM it looks like going lower but sweeps the launch high and then continues. I mean, PM, most of the time PM session wants to take out something from launch, and if launch is consolidating, that something might be launch high or launch low, I mean launch extreme. And if launch is expanding like that, it might be some high like this, a high which looks like a protected level. Right now I want to see something like that, lower low, and then maybe sweeping this and continuing. If I see something like that, lower low and sweep this SBS, I will take it. I don't really want to price turning all the way back higher and taking out this high. I want to see this staying protected. Let me check it once again. All our trades today has been turning from 2 hours or 1 hour. Yes, couldn't go to 1 hour. Let me check it once again. Okay, at this point I'll just hope it goes lower. If it doesn't, then that's fine. I will be content with the things we experienced and learned today. Nice trade. I logged my account until 1:30. Yeah, it's a good idea, I guess. I am currently still experimenting and trying to see what I trade good, what I trade bad. And after gathering enough data, I might maybe think something like that as well. Trading only after the PM session, actual PM session, open. Whatever. At this point, I really don't care about the accounts, the evaluations, the profits, etc. Because I really enjoy trying to decode price together with you guys. Learn, grow, improve ourselves. It is much more enjoyable than trading itself, and I believe this is something can make all of us profitable in the long term. I want to check something out. Today I didn't check that. This is the 9:30 candle. 34. This is the first 5 minute. Let me look at this deviation levels. We are at minus 200. So this is 1 deviation and this is 2 deviation. Alright, let's give us the 3rd deviation. Wouldn't you? Yeah, this is ES chart. I meant to look at Nasdaq. 5 minute candle. The first 5 minute over here. Ah, look at this. I think I should check this one more often, or maybe create an indicator for it. I sometimes forget creating that. Alright. Oh, it is looking really nice. Come on, close below these levels and then rip through my targets. Nasdaq is being a wild beast together, but I am really enjoying. Even though it feels kind of difficult for me. I mean, managing this price action, navigating this was not easier. I mean, I've been saying if price does it, I am going to take this setup, but price doesn't do that. So I keep waiting, and then that happens over and over again. If price does this, I will take this setup, and price says, no, I'm not going to do that. You keep waiting. Eventually, it gave me one setup, and I couldn't read it very well. Maybe I read it very well, but doesn't matter. It was a nice experience for me. Stopped out in here a little. Another stop here. Now it seems like it might be going to our direction, and yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. I wanna see this level stay protected, but since it has been consolidating a little and since it just left a little weak, it might still wanna take out this high. I would rather see price just dropping lower without taking out this high, because it already formed the shape of the simple moving average. Something like that might be nice. Tap, lower low, sweep of the tap. That would be a some kind of continuation setup. I might short it. Okay, I am back at the chat. Did you miss? Did you watch the trade happening live? Did you watch the chart? I mean, did you miss watching the tape live, or did you miss taking an entry? If you watch it real time when it is happening, then you didn't miss anything. Doesn't matter if you take it or not. What matters is accumulating that experience. Guys, let's be honest with ourselves here, right? None of us here is the best trader in the world. None of us is real trading geniuses, right? None of us has got real professional experience. Even me, right? We are just learning a craft. We are learning one of the best jobs in the world, right? We are trying to improve myself. So why do we constantly focus on today too much? I mean, when our going around and crying about our losses, the trades we missed, think about it like that, right? You just learned how to drive a car, or I just learned how to drive a car. After that, I immediately tried to participate a rally race, and then I crashed the car, and then I sat there and I started blaming myself. I was stupid. How did I crash this car? I shouldn't have. Dude, you just learned how to drive car. Why don't you just give yourself a little bit more time to improve your driving skills? Why don't you practice more before you risk your car or risk your life, right? Trading, I think trading something taken for granted, really. I mean, I look at it like that. Okay, I was in the law school. I graduated from law school. It took 4 years. After the graduation, I had to do 1 year internship, the legal internship. After that, I became a lawyer. When I first became a lawyer, I was it took 5 years, by the way. After that 5 years, I hardly find a job because I was inexperienced. It's been 5 years and I was inexperienced. After that 5 years, I worked at some place for a while, and the salary I was offered was just $1,000. If I was in America, it would be maybe 3,000, maybe 5,000, but still I would be gave about 6 years just to make slight amount of money from that, right? Just a little money. It requires at least 5 years of 5 years of your life. Just graduating, right? After the graduation, you require 5 more years to become a professional. 5 years on school, 5 years on job experience, and then you are something, right? Just something, lawyer, engineer, I don't know. Imagine you are spending that 10 years on trading, learning this kind of stuff every day, right? And imagine a lawyer, 1 year lawyer, right? Someone graduates for law school, finishes the that internship. After the internship is done, he or she has been a lawyer for a year, and then made a little mistake, or ended up with a interesting case and started blaming herself. I missed it. I should have. Do you see something like that? No. So other professions which are much easier than trading, I believe being a lawyer is much simpler and much easier than being a trader, because to be able to be a lawyer, the steps are concrete and you know what to do. You just follow that steps and you are good, and you got guides, etc. But look at a trader, look at yourself, right? every place is filled with sharks, right? You go, if you were a lawyer and you are looking for a mentor, you would end up with a lawyer, and that lawyer would teach you new stuff. You would get along very well, and eventually he or she would help you to learn the profession, and eventually you would become a professional lawyer, right? But in trading, it is difficult. You don't see a scammer acting like a lawyer, right? Professional lawyer trying to teach you how to be a lawyer in a wrong way, wasting your attention, wasting your time, right? You don't see something like that in other occupations. So other occupations are much easier to learn, but they still require at least 5 to 10 years of your life. So why do we beat ourselves out when we are just doing this for a couple of years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? I don't know. I have been looking at Nasdaq chart for the last 3 years. So my experience is actually just that 3 years, right? Because before Nasdaq, I was looking at Euro USD, cryptocurrencies, and that was not a real experience. Even I include every single thing. The first time I opened a trading view chart was about 5 years ago, and I was looking at the Shiba chart. It was 2021, right? So it's been 5 years, and I made money from this job, more than I could make from being a lawyer. Maybe not more, but doesn't matter. This is more fun. So I believe we should be more compassionate about ourselves when it comes to trading. I mean, it is not really too easy. It's really a difficult occupation, difficult to learn, and there is no concrete steps that we can take. Everything is too abstract. Everything is too subjective. Everything works and everything doesn't work at the same time, right? We have to learn probabilistic thinking, and that probabilistic thinking goes against human nature. Remember, we were talking about that, right? So yeah, I think we should be more compassionate about ourselves. I think we shouldn't beat ourselves up, and I think we should acknowledge that if we are not making consistent money, then we haven't became a real professional yet. But we can become. Everybody can become a real professional trader, right? But if we just try to, I'm going back to that rally example, rally analogy. If we try to just keep racing with full speed without improving ourselves in safer conditions, we might feel anxious all the time, and we might constantly keep making same mistakes, right? But instead of doing that, if we take a step back and focus on the process, focus on improving ourselves, focus on understand what is going on better, then we get better. Then we improve ourselves, right? I mean, we need to acknowledge that this is much more difficult than most other occupations and much more abstract. So this requires a lot of trials and errors, and this requires a lot of time in front of the charts, right? Until we get some idea about it. It requires connecting with correct people, right? It requires connecting with like-minded individuals, like-minded communities, right? So I think we should be more compassionate towards ourselves and just focus on learning more instead of focusing why I couldn't make money today, why I missed this, why I couldn't make this. Instead of focusing this, I should have, sometimes I accidentally say that I shouldn't have done it. But then I try to fix it with, I should do this next time. It doesn't matter what I should have done in the past, because past is the past. I have already done what I have done, right? Instead of saying that, I can just tell myself, well, if I did this, I could have ended up with profits, and when I see it in hindsight, I think maybe I can foresee this kind of reversal over here without price taking out the highs. Because of this, I observed the same thing over here. Price was on a slow grind, then eventually left some imbalances on a random place and then reversed back lower, and same thing happened now over here again. Maybe I could have taken some partials or taken full profits and ended up this here on profits, and this one ended up with profits as well. Things like that, right? I don't know what is going to happen today, right? So I don't know what exactly I should do today. I don't exactly know it. I don't know it for sure. Because one of the things, I'm not a real qualified professional yet. I believe that I will most definitely be there. I will most definitely become a real professional trader, and I believe most of us in this chat is going to be like that, because I believe we are doing whatever it is necessary. Not many people can do that, right? We have been watching the price for how many times? 4 hours straight. Not many people can do that. Not many people are willing to do that, right? I believe we will be there eventually. So why would I get sad about these profits or this stop loss? Or instead of that, I just tell myself, well, okay, there were some signals of the slowness, and I considered price might receive some reaction here, and I was thinking about the possibility of potentially taking partial profits over here, but after I saw that big candles, I get excited and I didn't take partials, right? Maybe I will have a rule in the future. Maybe I might have a rule like that. If price grinds too slow, chops too much, and then starts big candlesticks towards your target, then that might be a nice place for you to take a partial. Just an example, right? If I observe this more often, something like that, I observed this for twice today. Goes slow, all of a sudden multiple imbalances, multiple white candles, inducing FOMO on most traders, right? This definitely caused some people to FOMO in. This definitely created some FOMO longs, right? And price did that same thing once again over here, and it really looks similar. And right now, maybe it might do something like that once again. I don't know. If I see something like that once again, I mean, if I see big candles and then immediately reversal, then I would think that maybe if price is doing something at the beginning of the session is giving some information about the characteristic of the current day's price action, right? Maybe that's what price does. Price hit the target of this SPS, but didn't expand lower, didn't take out these lows as well. I mean, this candle closed nicely. I would rather see a keep expanding lower, maybe tapping this level here and then going lower. I don't like seeing this, but let's keep watching. It is becoming quite choppy, consolidating. Price might want to test this and then turn back lower. I don't know. I will watch the closure of this candlestick. maybe a deeper retracement taking out this high and maybe coming to this level. It would be nicer to see that this SPS over here playing out, this one. So I feel like I shouldn't be looking any further setups. I should just sit with my current setups. Let me check the potential profits for it. Nothing huge, but more than 2 hours. 1 to 2. If I entered on this exact level with all of them, it would be even more probably. And I think that with that second SPS I could have been a little more patient. But it is what it is. Sometimes things happen. I'm going to do the things I recommend to you guys. Normally I wouldn't want price to take out this high. This is the SNDR, supply or demand. In this example, supply responsible for this break. But it was all wicks, so price didn't really break out. So price was actually inside, still inside of this leg over here. So I might consider this as a fractal liquidity. Let's just watch it. Maybe this was a fractal liquidity. Normally I wouldn't want to see price taking out this one, but when I see the way it took it, I am considering that maybe this was a fractal liquidity. Maybe price is behaving a little weird because it is PM session and today it has been a little weird. Maybe price might go lower from this level and eventually start expanding towards the targets. I don't know. I would like to see price expanding lower, but right now, since I am in the short setups, I might be a little biased. I don't know. I am adding after this candlestick closes. Just 1 micro. And this account is done for today. I'm not going to take another setups with this account. This is my final target around this level. I wanna show that level you guys once again. This 85 level, 685, weekly open. That's it. If this weekly candle becomes a doji today, then I am in profits. I would like to see an imbalance forming over here and price leaving that imbalance as a breakaway gap, not touching it and going lower. Seeing something like that, I mean, could be nice, but seems like price is not doing that. Well, it is what it is. Okay. Burhan says, we have seen 2 different versions of you since the beginning of the broadcast. The first, patiently waiting, and the second, not hesitating when momentum was high. Yeah. The patiently waiting part is the part I have been learning. I just started to learn that patient part. It is something really new, and even I myself still not used to it. But yeah, that's the second one, the not hesitating when momentum was high part. That is something I got used to. I clicked a lot of buttons during 2024 and I made money with not hesitating because volatility was high, and high volatility doesn't reward hesitation. It doesn't reward, sometimes it doesn't reward patience as well. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't matter. But yeah, during one-sided volatility, one-sided expansions, there is no need for volatility because price just killed the patience of millions maybe around this range over here, and eventually broke out of that range with some conviction, right? I mean, look at this closure, look at this doji and the next imbalance, right? So price tapped the imbalance, made it lower low, and once again it came to that. All of a sudden it came with an engulfing candle, and after the engulfing candle it leaves that black candle. I have seen this many times. I would click short without hesitation over here. It was all about experience, but yeah, the patience part was yeah, patience part is something new, something I'm just learning. Look at the 30-minute now. This has got 10 minutes. I would rather see this closing below this level right here. It will be nice to see. Even closure below this level would be lovely. It might bring some fast profits. I don't want to see this closing white on hourly chart. I would rather see this turning into a black candle. It would be nice. It would be lovely if the price starts expanding in this last 10 minutes. I would like to see multiple 1-minute imbalances right at this moment towards this level. And I don't know, daily candle is not that big currently. It's not a huge candle. I mean, look at the previous week, Thursday, 550 points. Look at yesterday, 700, pretty nice. Price is really close to this level. I mean, this level would be lovely, right? I don't even want that weekly open. Yeah, I just want some 550 or something like that. That would be enough for me. And let me mark, yeah, just a second. On daily chart, this is the bodies of these candlesticks. And on hourly chart, we got this low over here. Yeah, I think I will take my profits on these levels. 720. Yeah, 720 is good. Maybe price gets really close to this level, but without taking that, maybe it might turn back higher. I don't know. Or it might decide to make a deeper retracement. This has got 8 minutes. I really want to see price closing below this hourly candlestick. It would be very nice. It has got 7 minutes. If price can close below these levels, then it would be less likely to see price making another deep retracement like this one. So this fractal liquidity idea seems to be working well when price wicks like that as well. I mean, we experienced something similar to this with past live sessions as well. So I don't know. This is something to take a note of. The note taken. This kind of worked like a fractal liquidity. Now I want to see price making a near low, and eventually I want to see price leaving this range away. And all I need is just a little purge below the range. I mean, I'm okay with this kind of moment too. I don't know. And I don't care. Today was a nice endurance run for me. 15-minute chart. Look at this. This 15-minute imbalance is holding firmly. This is nice. I was aligned with higher time frames most of the times. This is a good development for my career, I guess. Alright. I'm definitely taking one partial over here. I might get even more partials around that level. Maybe I could close all. I don't know yet, but we'll see. Come on, baby girl, give us the level, give us the weekly open. And okay, another buy limit here. And last runner, I will check the price for last runner. I think we managed the risk good enough. How many stop losses did I have on this account? I got stopped out 2 times, and this is my 3rd trade. And this is giving me another information, right? I will take notes from this. I believe we should do some. You are in sell trade. Yes, I am in sell trade. I believe we should do some weekend live streams and go over the trades, go over the ideas, and go over the mistakes, right? And just potentials, probabilities, right? For example, on the weekend, we can observe this once again and debate if this was a good idea to take a partial from here, right? Things like that. I mean, really similar patterns occurred with today and Tuesday. Tuesday we took that same exact long, right? We took a long from here. On Tuesday it went really nice and strong. What's the difference between today and Tuesday, for example? We can look at things like that on weekends. One difference is, and this is one of the most important difference, this was really close to higher time frame range low. This was sweeping previous day lows, also higher time frame lows on range lows, I mean. And this was occurred after price swept some range highs, previous day highs, etc. Okay, price maybe couldn't take out this Asia high, and price didn't take the highs on the session, but still price already was a more expensive place than it was in here. Price was cheap here. This is one information. And the second information is price didn't hesitate after this closure. After price closed above this consolidation area over here, it just kept expanding immediately to the target. But today, look at this. This candle hesitated, another hesitated, another hesitated, slowly went and then eventually took out this high. Yeah, I think these are valuable informations, and I think we should study things like that on the weekends. We can learn a lot of things from this kind of stuff, right? I mean, if we only look at the pattern, they are all the same pattern, always the same, but if you look at the context, we just see two information, and creating context is not that complex, right? It's not so complex, not so difficult to create a complex context. We just look at two different variables. First is one happening near the lows, one happening near the highs. These are highs, right? This is range high. This is a range low. The one happened near range low, hit the TP very well. This one was a little bit weaker. And another information could be that after the entry, this one was quite slow, and this one wasn't slow at all. So I think these ideas, these informations, given me a nice framework to be able to act based on the context, act properly on the next times. Maybe next time we can take something like that, and then we can take our profits, get out, and then maybe turn shorts. I don't know. It's not impossible. It's something doable, right? What do you guys think about this weekend study ideas, weekend study live session? We can do it on Sunday or Thursday. I don't know. Let me see this one. What was going on with this one? I don't remember where did I put this stop loss on this one. I guess it was here. But there's something wrong with this one. I don't know what it is. I stopped out once with this account, took this setup and took some partials. Yeah. Alright. Let's just keep waiting. Lows are looking very strong. Are they? They might be. No, I don't like the closure of this hourly candle. I certainly don't want to see price coming back to this imbalance, and that would be my stop loss. And I don't know. I'll take another partial on this one. Alright. This one seems cool. This is still consolidating. I will let this one run. I don't care. Yeah, I will let this run. I will not manage it. One hour, 30 minutes. It would be nice to see price tapping this level and coming back lower once again, but I don't know. Yeah, this seems like another fractal inside of the fractal. It would be nice to see price dropping lower. If this setups get stopped out, we would be really close to last trade hour. So if this gets stopped out, I will not take any other trades. I believe I performed very well today, and it's been quite some time. Let's see what happens from here. Let me check the ES. Looks similar. This boy really chopped a lot. This is 15 minutes, and this is, I didn't like this 15-minute closure. It would be nice to see this closing lower and keeping the expansion, but whatever. By the way, I believe that as time goes, the volatility will be increased during the April, May, June, and July, and even August. We will see higher volatilities, and when gets volatility higher, these kind of setups will be much easier to navigate, and they will likely hit the profits more often. This kind of SPS setups will create more expansions. At least that's what I believe. And price will do things like that. For example, doing this and then immediately expanding lower. I believe trading with the classic SPS, which is this one, will be a lot easier and simpler during the second and third quarter of the year. I believe it will be best during the second quarter, April, May, June, that months. I believe we might start to make nice money on that times. It is really weak on both sides, I guess. What was this one? Just give me a second. Show me some gaps. I don't remember this one. I will just erase it. I will try a paper trade from here. I don't want to take any more risk. Though I can add this one too, but no, not this one, the other one. Yeah, just add another one. It is not going to kill, it will be the target. By target I mean max daily loss. If it hits max daily loss, then tough luck. Close this gap. It already tapped that level. Let's see how this plays out. The target would be here. Guys, I believe today's session has been really long. I am going to leave these positions the way they are, and I'm not going to take any more positions, I promise. And I will take partials on the levels I mentioned. Maybe I could take them earlier. And I'm not going to monitor this as well. I will just I believe the more energy I spend, the more my brain gets tired. My brain works on glucose, right? So I don't want to burn my brain away, because the more time I spend, the more I the more likely I start to make mistakes. Okay, and this is a really huge cognitive load. 4 hours is too much. So I am closing this live session over here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask them. And you can ask those questions from Twitter as well. It's almost been 5 hours. I gotta go, guys.